All right. Hello, everyone. There we are. Good afternoon. Not my usual stream time, but I'm going to be casting the ESL Pro Tours America Cup. Just kind of flying on into it. Yeah. I thought it would be real good fun to cast these. I'm finally allowed to cast them. And thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. So, yeah, gonna be casting some Pro Starcraft 2, not my usual ladder streams. We're just waiting on the bracket to be finalized, and it is our first cast, so it might be a little bit bumpy, but I do appreciate everyone who's tuning on in. And I might be like looking around a fair bit, maybe even looking a little bit derpy as I navigate this live cup. But yeah, should be good. Should be good. And just sipping on my morning coffee. For me, it is just the morning, as I've just woken up pretty much. Been working nights, so that's why I haven't been able to do my morning streams, and why I'm probably just going to be usually casting the America's Cup. But yeah, I'm glad to finally do this. So I'm going to be doing this at least twice a month. There is a bit of a delay on the stream because of this, because it's a professional tournament. So there'll be a little bit of time. Looks like we've got some good players signed up today. Very notably, I think was ForJummy, probably the best player that I've seen. I think there's Ragnarok, or no, Ragnarok Et. Oh, Scarlet's actually in the chat, which is exciting. Bomber, I'm not sure if that's the actual bomber or not. Very well could be. Then, of course, a bunch of NA heroes. Looks like MaxPax is around too. Don't sleep on MaxPax. Yeah, quite a few good players signed up today. We'll wait for the bracket to refresh. There's 78 players checked in all. Lost some hair, yes, and unfortunately I lost my hat to cover up my lack of hair. My God, it's a bit of a travesty. I left it at my friend's house. So the bracket is being currently crafted in a forge, in a star forge, like what powers the Spear of Adun. And once the admins have got that taken care of, we will be laughing. All right. Right. I do appreciate everyone who's tuning on in. I know that there's a lot of coverage on Twitch for these events, or there's some coverage on Twitch for these events. Most of the coverage for these events is on Twitch, and seeing as how I'm pretty much a YouTube guy at this point. Alright, bracket is up. It's currently being populated with the players, with the matches. The admins make sure that everyone puts everyone in the right spot. And so we will try and get into one of the first matches. First match might not be super amazing, but we will find someone. Looks like there's a fair few buys, or that they're still populating the bracket, so there we go. All the default wins have been given now, so now there's a lot more matches to do. Yeah, wow, I honestly love seeing these matches. It's been far too long since I cast some Starcraft. The bracket is linked in the chat down below, guys. Oh, Paco Mike versus Jorks could be good. Or Pig versus Robbie 8. I think we'll do Pig versus Robbie, because we've seen Robbie around a bit. Robbie H is a player. Actually find him. He's a diamond player. Yeah, most of the matches aren't super even. It is late for you guys. I wasn't sure how many of you guys would tune on in. We'll definitely try and cast Scarlet at some point. Is 4GG here? 4GG is in the chat, but it doesn't look like he's actually in the game. Oh, there's also Goblin. He's very good. Alright, looks like we're gonna cast Vindicta versus a guy called Trigger. For our first match. Mickey Mouse hair. Yes. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. If you guys would go ahead and slap the bejeebus out of that like button, it would be greatly appreciated. It's a bit harder to stand out on YouTube, but I really do like the community that we've got here. And so yeah, we're gonna have a TVP kicking off right now. Whoops, did not mean to click that. Yeah, we're gonna be having a TVP kicking off right now. It shall be Trigger taking on Vindicta. Personally, this is a first for me. Where'd the game go? There's the game. Alright, yeah, so Trigger taking on Vindicta for today. Looks like I'm covering up the resources lost with my cam. Let me know what you guys think of that. I know the icon kind of stands out at the minute. That's just going to be something that we'll have to bear with for this cast. Yeah. So, anyway, let's just jump into it. In the top right-hand side of the map, he's one of the Alpha X Horde. It's Vindicta. And in the bottom left-hand side of the map, it is Trigger. First time casting him, always a pleasure to be casting new Starcraft 2 players. Trigger, GM Protoss player, around 5,400 MMR, it looks like, between there. As far as his actual range goes, I'm not completely aware, so it's exciting to see. He's definitely going to have a bit of a mountain to climb, though, in the form of Vindicta. Vindicta is a very competitive Terran player. He doesn't have I don't think Vindicta is a guy who has results that are as good as he is. Vindicta is incredibly talented at StarCraft 2. It's just whenever he's put into groups, it's always grouped with other amazing pros, so he tends not to do too well all the time. Yeah, we've got us a Nexus on the way. Vindicta SPV Scout's a very wise move, I think, against a Protoss player who you probably outrank by quite a bit. Make no mistake that being Grandmaster is an incredible achievement by Trigger. But as far as a pro player like Vindicta, who plays on EU quite a bit, it's going to be hard to measure up. It's going to be very, very hard to measure up. But we'll see. Maybe he can pull off one of those bullshit Protoss wins that we all love so much. Maybe, just maybe. All right. Got a command center popping up for Vindicta. No surprise there, Reaper's out on the map. Vindicta's probably going to be very confident with his unit move-outs, just because he knows that he outranked outranks this guy. If we look at the APM, it's 298 to 148. 150 is a very reasonable APM range, and Trigger is spiking up, so we'll see. Stargate's now on the way for Trigger. He's got one Adept moving out on the map. Vindicta, however, has forgone going for a bunker, and that's probably okay because he's going right into a Hellion. Have the Marines have the Hellion, that's more than enough to deal with the Adept. That SCV does get picked off in 2 shots since it had already taken one. The Adept is going to engage these Marines. She's going to try and grab this SCV, but she does shade out, of course, because there's that Hellion out. The Adept's going to move to the left. It's a good unit control by Trigger, avoiding that Hellion. All the while, the second Adept is coming out on the map. Vindicta has got his Reaper out, but it hasn't actually made it into the main base. So far an alright game, I feel, for Trigger. He's got a shade after this Reaper, which is going to basically give it all away, maybe grab a probe or two. So far, though, I'm pretty impressed with Trigger's play. Looks like he will lose a probe to this Reaper, as long as he doesn't lose too many more. Looks like he very well may not. So he's lost the 2 probes, but oh, then the Hellion charges into the natural, and that ain't good. Looks like he will end up cleaning up the Hellion and the Reaper for 4 probes. That's not great, but not terrible. However, he was building a Void Ray, and that was actually scouted by Vindicta. The choice to make Void Rays is a very, very NA toss thing that we're clearly seeing right now. I'm honestly not sure what to make of this. I know Voids are good. I know Voids have been more and more the meta lately, but as far as taking on a guy like Vindicta with a Void Ray, I feel like this Void Ray is just going to be a very clear target. We'll see, though. Maybe he can make a miracle happen. I'm just really concerned because there's already a Cyclone out, and there's going to be another one out. And while Void Rays are quick, they're not that quick. Oh, these Adepts actually shade into the main base, and this is 3 Adepts. This is enough to one-shot SCVs. Vindicta not actually reacting to this, really. Not actually reacting at all. Taking so long to react. These Adepts are going to shade now to the natural after killing off some SCVs. They're going to be killing off more and more. This is massive amounts of damage getting done by Trigger. Wow! I did not expect this. Vindicta, all of a sudden, it's like he was asleep at the wheel there for a second. His Marines weren't moving. His Cyclone wasn't moving. And now he's down, he just lost 11 SCVs. He's down about 15 in total. The Protoss player got up a 3rd base, and now basically just needs to lay on top of the unit button, or lay on top of the unit key, in order to make sure that he doesn't die. And he's actually throwing up shield batteries now at his 3rd base. I love this. The choice to throw up shield batteries. He just got so much damage done to this Protoss. That's really awesome to see. Cyclones are coming in. But yeah, Trigger just needs to make sure he's making units. He's making another Void Ray, which is, I'm still on the fence about, but he's going to be going up to 4. That's a very healthy amount. And then we take a look. These 2 Cyclones are going to come in. There's a Viking. There's going to be the Marines for Vindicta, but they're not going to have stim. And there's enough Void Rays here that, look at that, the Viking, it's pretty much just going to go down right away. The Cyclones can't go up that ramp, and all of a sudden Vindicta is in a terrible spot against Trigger. Like, oh man, what a disaster. I did not expect this game to go this way at all. Alright, Trigger, he's still probing up 2, which is really good to see. Getting up that worker count, even though he was facing a bout of aggression. He's now getting up charge, a lot more gateways though. It looks like Vindicta is getting out some siege tanks, getting out a siege tank. He's going to have stim, combat shield, and +1 in a second. So while that first attack wasn't too scary, the next one potentially could be. So we gotta be wary of that and pay good attention to it, because this is a scary Terran army. And Vindicta actually has brought some SCVs. He's going to be getting up a turret, getting up a bunker. And Trigger's going to dive on top of this, but he doesn't actually have charge yet for his Zealots. That's about 25 seconds out, and all Zealots are getting picked off like it's nothing. This could be a disaster for Trigger. I mean, he defended off the first attack, but maybe he was just a little bit too greedy. Taking this fight now, pretty much all of his units have been picked off. The battery overcharge was dropped preemptively. And oh man, I think Vindicta is actually going to win this game. This was a little bit of a throw here for Trigger. There's a chance he can still hold on since Vindicta doesn't actually have that many units. But oh man, this is looking a lot more scary than it should have been. How many gateways does Trigger have? He's got 7. That's enough for quite a few Zealot Warpins, but Vindicta is throwing everything he has across the map. And we'll see if he's going to be able to hold on to the fact that there's tanks and bunkers getting set up. The Robo is dead. I'm really concerned here for Trigger. He needs to just get up as many dirty charge lots as he can to hold on. Vindicta is now going to be starting to target down the rebuilding Robo. He's getting up more and more bunkers. He's going to get into the natural base mineral line. A slaughter is starting to happen. These probes are going to run. As the Zealots go in, they're going to get on top of the siege tanks, so the bio is unsupported by those tanks, and it's a bit of a divide and conquer situation right now. That could actually work out okay for Trigger. He's getting on top of this bunker, going to target it down right away. The Marines are working away on the Zealots, but it looks like Trigger is going to hold this attack. He's now going to be able to start repopulating his bases. However, if we take a look, Vindicta has creeped back up in that probe count to an alright 45 on 2 bases. Seeing as how he knocked the Protoss down to 52, there is a 3rd base getting up for Vindicta. As these charge lots are starting to move across the map, though, they're going to be able to engage these Marines. Might want to back up, though. Trigger, he has held on, but boy, oh boy, is this a scrappy NA game to get things started off. All right. So, yeah, wow. What a first match in the ESL Pro Tour Weekly North American Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, since this is a bit of a first for me doing this on the channel, a bit of feedback's welcome. Let me know if you do want to keep the webcam or not. I'm usually just all about the commentary. The webcam was honestly just on, so I kept it there. And, yeah. Make sure to slap that like button. If you guys would be so kind, it would be greatly appreciated. Alright, 2-1 on the way for the Protoss player. However, he doesn't have much else going for him besides that, so I am a little bit concerned. He's made some Archons, which I do like, but this is quite a bit of bio. So it's not going to be easy for Trigger. Supply is very close. He does have an alright army supply, and he is actually going to get on top of this army. Vindicta overextending a little bit. Going to lose his siege tank right away. Having to stim his bio was not a good thing either. 2-2 is on the way for the Terran player, so Vindicta's upgrades are looking good. He's adding ghost tanks, getting a very strong Terran army. But it looks like Trigger's actually just had enough, and he's going to pull it. He's going to pull the trigger. And there we go, I said it. Zealot's now starting to force this bio to split up. The Archons are such a presence, they are forcing these Marines back. But all of a sudden, the Zealot number is starting to thin out. 10 SCVs have gone down to this attack, but I don't think that's going to be enough to slow down Vindicta. And all of a sudden, Trigger has got to go back home after trading off most of his army. He's got one Archon that's still alive, barely, just running across the map. A Dark Shrine goes up for Trigger. I do like seeing this, but he's got to be making nothing but units right now. More and more Warpins need to go down for this guy, as all of a sudden Vindicta is coming in with a vengeance. He's up on army supply. The +2 attack is about to finish for the Protoss player, but he eats a nasty EMP, so these Zealots will get picked off. The force field he dropped down kind of working against him, and all of a sudden Vindicta is looking to push forward once more. Alright, Prism ready for a counterattack on Trigger's side of the map. The Zealots are warping in, but it actually gets cancelled, so there's a big disaster, and that was a warp-in used offensively, not defensively. So those units are not going to be there for Trigger. He barely, I mean, he's got some Zealots, but it's not enough. Look at the army supply, it's 73 to 30. Vindicta was on the ropes a lot longer on this game than I thought he would be, but in the end, I think he is just going to be able to take it. The Protoss player not playing quite solid enough to stop Vindicta. And GG gets called as the Protoss player takes game number 1. Or the Terran player takes game number 1. Wow, what a match. Alright, getting into the next game on Submarine. Okie dokie. As we keep an eye on how that bracket progresses. Alright, so here we are into the next match. And this is indeed a best of 3. All matches up until the semifinals in the ESL Pro Tour Cups are best of 3s, and then, semifinals, it is best of 5s, and the final is the best of 5. So, we take a look. This man, he was in a very uncomfortable spot. I don't know what happened there, but anyway, he brought it back like a good player should. Vindicta. I'm always a Vindicta fan. And in the bottom right, Trigger. I like how Trigger plays. Shows some solid play, as expected from a Grandmaster. Submarine, though, a very small map. We'll see what we're looking at today. I gotta be honest, guys, I've honestly just missed casting Starcraft so much. Like, I've just been so busy that I haven't really been able to sit down. Africa World's been delayed, kind of, because it's just been so crazy for online cups. And then I cast, like, pro replays, but it's not the same as doing it live. And so that's why it's great to be doing this. And since I'm a caster for the ESL Pro Tour, you can expect me to be doing at least 2 of these broadcasts a month. That's what I gotta do to keep my spot. And so it'll probably be at least 2 American broadcasts a month. I'll try and get into the routine of doing the Americas one every day, every week. I'd like to do the European one and stuff, unfortunately. However, the European one is just a little bit too early for me, seeing as how I get off work and the EU one starts. I guess it's 4 p.m. CST, so it starts like 8 o'clock my time or so, which is just too early for me, I think. Now we take a look. Reaper popping out for Vindicta. Let's pull up that production tab. Trigger did go for a Cybercore first, which I get the feeling is probably a must-do on a map like Submarine, simply just due to the fact that there is, Oh, the Adept actually runs right into that Reaper. Vindicta, what was that? What was that, Vindicta? Okay, he just lets his Reaper get killed off by that Adept, and he microed it forward. Vindicta's a little bit asleep today, guys. And now all of a sudden, this Adept's gonna show up at his natural. I don't think it'll be able to delay the SCV, or maybe it will. No, it actually will. It was close, 2 seconds left, but that's huge for Trigger. And oh my gosh, that was a total derp from Vindicta. Oh, the Adept was targeted on the supply depot, though. Derps all around. Stalker comes forward, though, and all of a sudden, that is no bueno. It takes a lot of non-stim Marines to get a Stalker. And so we see Vindicta, he's going to be sending down more SCVs, but Trigger's getting his units up on the ramp, and wow. This is looking not good at all. Those Marines are very softened up. They'll be one-shot by anything. And Vindicta, he's just making Marines. He could queue up a Marauder, which would honestly help him a lot. But look at this. The Stalker can just one-shot down these Marines. Vindicta really wants to be able to complete this. He loses another SCV. The Marines are now going to push down with the SCVs. But this Stalker can actually just shoot down these Marines. Yes, the command center is going to finish up, so Vindicta did get that done, but it was delayed a great deal. Alright. Blink's now on the way for Trigger, following this up as long as he macroed behind it, which it looks like he did. Alright, anyway. Stalker's being a pain working away on these depots. Gonna have to back away. Does lose a Stalker, so not in time. Alright, now Trigger, he has seen the second barracks, so he does know that it's going to be a heavy bio play from Vindicta. And so, realistically, he should be getting up a shield battery at his natural, I feel. Otherwise, that's just kind of blind ignorance, in a sense. Face cam's too big, you say? Oh yeah, was it covering up things? I do need to get a green screen. Except I really don't have room for one in my house. Maybe I will just turn off the face cam, huh? Or I can shrink it down a little bit, but at some point it kind of becomes comical and I'm just like a tiny man in the corner. So it's tough to say, but yeah, Trigger moving out on the map really makes me nervous. Pushing out with 8 Stalkers like this. Oh, these Stalkers, oh my god, they're gonna find these Medivacs. They get one of the Medivacs. Keep in mind these Marines do have stim though, and the Stalkers do not have blink. But getting the Medivac for 2 Stalkers, definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. Oh my gosh, that was actually like two full Medivacs dead. And all of a sudden, Trigger's just going to be able to push in. He killed like half of Vindicta's stuff. And Vindicta's just been transitioning now, so it's not like he's got a lot. He's got Marines without combat shields, so they're just going to be volleyed down super early. Yeah, SCVs do have to be pulled to defend this. I mean, the Prism's going to come forward. Oh, no, don't lose that. Oh, that could have potentially turned this into a game-winning push for Trigger. He does still have the blink. He's doing all right against the Marines, but actually, yeah, he's doing all right. But these Stalkers have got to be taken care of. And if that Prism could have got reinforcements in, this could have potentially just turned into a game-winning push. The Stalkers are going to try and focus down the siege tank. There's that good micro from Vindicta. Yeah, the Stalkers will get pushed back, and the game will continue on. But keep in mind, Trigger hasn't thrown up a 3rd base behind this. Is he just going to blink into the main base? He was thinking of it, but he can't. Alright. Vindicta's still on a very low worker count. We see he's not producing any. He's just making bio units because he's so worried about dying. And oh my god, a very, very, very questionable blink from Trigger. This guy plays hot and fast. 12 dead Stalkers. He now just fires up charge +1. He's now thrown up a 3rd Nexus, but he does need to get out of Colossus ASAP. And he does have that on the way. Okay, we see the Stalker's going to move on out once again. As long as Trigger takes good care of these, I'm fine with that, but he's already lost 12 Stalkers this game. He does not want to lose any more. He is going to run away. 1 Stalker does go down, though. Good scan by Vindicta, killing off that Observer, but at this point, honestly, he's so broke. And yeah, he's actually just going to go all in with this, pulling the SCVs. Trigger needs that Colossus out. He needs the 2nd Colossus out. He's got shield batteries up, and I can't understate how important this 1 Colossus is. Like, there's not that many units for Vindicta, and this Colossus is going to deal so much damage to these Marines. The tank siege up, but that's a 4th siege, which is really good for the Protoss player. He's really just got to buy time for himself to have charge, and then he'll be laughing. Colossus getting swipes off on Marines, on SCVs. Another Colossus is about to be out. The damage output will be doubled. This Colossus even killing off the SCV building that bunker. Nicely done. Once the 2nd Colossus is out and charge is done, I don't think there's a chance that Vindicta is able to push this. He's now moving forward, though. The shield battery overcharge has been burned. The Colossus gets picked off, not microed back in time. Charge is 5 seconds out, but there's no Zealots left. This extra Colossus did just walk out, but it also walked forward right into those Marines. And oh, where's the Zealot warping for Trigger? This is just more painful than it needs to be, I feel. Where's a unit warping, Trigger? You can't keep microing these Stalkers. The most important thing is warping them Zealots to hold on. There we go. We see a Zealot warping happening now, but he is only on 4 gateways. That's part of the problem here. He neglected to get more gateways, and oh my gosh, I think Vindicta's actually just going to win this. What looked like it should have been a hold for Trigger was a loss for him. And he's warping in 4 Zealots, but now there's a Liberator for Vindicta. The tanks are even being repaired. I think, yeah, Vindicta's done it. Trigger, he's got the money, but he does not have the means to make these Zealots. These 3 Zealots being baited forward into the Liberator. It's just not going to happen. GG, Vindicta takes the 2-0. There's a plugin that does a green screen without an actual green screen. Oh, that's interesting. I should look into that. I feel, though, that might not work out, though, because my background is really, really clear. Looking for a game. All right, so first things first, we're going to try and set up our next series. While we do wait for that, if you guys would be so kind to go ahead and hit that like button, just slap the bejeebus out of it. Okay. Bly's here too. Oh, that's so good. Clem's hanging out. Oh, Clem's in here too. So we got Clem on one end of the bracket, Special on the other. Was Scarlet actually here? Yeah, Scarlet's here. Okay. Okay. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in today. It's awesome to see you guys turning out for this. ForJummy versus Vindicta, I think, would be good. For those of you that don't know, ForJummy is kind of just like this legend that's up and coming in the scene. I've been following him lately, and he is quick. He's no memes. I'm really liking what this lower NA Protoss is doing, and that he's showing a lot of promise. I think he's a young guy too, so he could very well become good. Bly just got out of a game. Trigger was Canadian, by the way. Solar's here too. Keep refreshing that bracket. Looks like Nina is around, but waiting for an opponent. It does take a bit sometimes to find games. Higher quality plays on menu screen if possible. Like the webcam quality or what? Okay. Drink some coffee. Clem's in Bronze League on NA, guys. Ooh, Goblin. Alright, we could be doing Goblin versus Zeus. That would be a good match, or I think Goblin would be the favorite, so we'll keep looking. But there's these discrepancies always at the start. Is Alpha Star in this tourney? That would be neat. Okay. White Idra versus Nina. Don't tell me they're already in game. All right. Yeah, that's kind of the point, just not really to show what's being said in chat. Just to show where things are. Oh, Pig just 2-0'd Robbie. Where's that leave Pig? Could cast MaxPax. Okay, Nina says we can cast her lobby, so that's good. All right, here we are. Takes a second, but we're into the next match. It's going to be Goblin taking on Zeus. And now, Ian Alarm says, and now after 37 weeks, he is here. It feels like it. Been too long. All right, so here we are. The best of 3 kicking off. And a guy who's got a pretty good name, I must say. It's Zeus. Like, oh yeah. I'm kind of... I think I'm pretty great. I'll just name myself after probably one of the most famous deities in history. And in the top right, we have got Goblin. Goblin, who's always a fun player to watch. Now I feel old. Saw my first Africa World when I was 29. So many great Africa Worlds. Yeah, it's awesome how long we've been doing that tournament. Have they given up on developing Alpha Star further? Yes, they have. The project is sadly dead, it seems. Or not dead. They consider it finished, but I wouldn't say that it is finished. Katz actually wrote a very good post on it, as basically voicing his disappointment, and I think the sentiment shared by many, how they kind of just gave up with Alpha Star. How they said, oh yeah, it beat the best StarCraft 2 players in the world, but then it didn't really stick around to be tested or anything. And so, yeah, the project definitely should have gone further, I think. Alright, so, we've got as a PvP, we've got as mirrored openings, as shenanigans versus shenanigans, basically. Zeus is around 4,800, 4,900 MMR, in that range on the North American server. So, yeah, we'll see if Goblin's gonna do something to try and test his opponent. To try and pull off a cheeky quick win. That's usually how pros want to handle someone who's lower than them on the ladder. That's how it goes with me every single time I queue up against a Grandmaster Zerg on the ladder. Baneling bust. Every single time. Kiwi is saying, Laughing Games casting EPT. I share that sentiment. Hell yeah. Alright, so nothing too cheeky. We have got Stargates on the way for both players. Zeus did go for a pylon, I guess just to tie up Goblin's units. And shield battery on the low ground for the challenging Protoss, I'll say. Which means he might want to go for a Nexus sooner rather than later, which I'm honestly fine with. Earlier Nexus can be punished rather easily, but at the same time, if you throw out some shield batteries, you're pretty safe on the front. Stalkers are now going to come in for Goblin, though. They're going to set to work on the shield battery, so the 2 Stalkers for Zeus have got to come in. Alright, these Stalkers are working on those Adepts. They force the recall. Maybe after this game or this series, I'll look into getting the fake green screen plugin that one of you guys recommended. Give that a go. I get the feeling though with the background that it's not going to work out too well. But we could always give it a shot. 4 Stalkers for Goblin now going to be moving on in. There's the 2 and the shield battery for Zeus, who's going to have to try and hold on, so he's going to need a Warpin', but Goblin, the smart boy, is just going to start targeting down that shield battery and sends his Oracle into the main base where there's absolutely no answer. The Warpin' was already used by Zeus to get his units out to defend at the front, where his probes are dying in the main base, 7 probes in all. There is 2 Adepts counterattacking for Zeus, and he's got his own Oracle moving in. But the problem is that he's heading towards the natural where there's less probes to kill. Now he's going to just swing around and go to the main base. He could actually get some good damage done here. Accidentally targets on the Nexus, though, with this Oracle. The Oracle going to fly right on over, kind of not being targeted properly. Hits the Nexus once again, so yeah, 2 misclicks here from Zeus. He's actually going to engage the Stalker, which kind of works. Kills the Stalker, and then the Stalker kills that, but if he had targeted that right away, he definitely could have killed it. And Zeus is dead as Goblin takes the match. GG. ESL rules say that you can't have your face on the screen while the game is on. Is that true? Do people follow that? Let me look into that. Oh yeah, you're probably right about that. So, there we go. We have the answer to the face cam conundrum. The face cam is going away. At least when we're in game. So let me just, and it's gone. Alright. Alright, Goblin invites us to the next match. Fake background with zoom. Yeah, big thanks to everyone who's tuning in today. As long as there's a decent number of you guys watching, I'm going to be streaming this. And if you happen to be watching but you're not subbed to the YouTube channel, go ahead and subscribe. We want to try and break that 10K sub mark. That's the dream right there. Looks like we have got the lineup for the next Africa World, which is exciting. All I'll say is that it's going to be a bit of a toss-up. Okie dokie. Here we are into the next match. I liked his build. He had a chance. He had a chance. But Goblin ultimately was just a little bit better at his execution. Yeah, so we'll see if Zeus can do the same or do something different this match. Big props to him for coming out, though, and actually being willing to play in a cup that's got players like Goblin, like Clem, Special, Scarlet, Nina, Bly, Solar, a bunch of other really darn good Starcraft 2 players. Rootin' tootin' darn good Starcraft players. Okay. Roddy sometimes has a face cam on. I see. Yeah. My commentary has never been about having my face up on the screen. And I will, for the logo, be getting the one that has the transparency, ideally. Or figuring out how to set that up. Alright. Cybercore on the way. Proxy from Goblin. No surprise there in this PvP. Whether Zeus knows this is coming or not, it might be a hard thing to stop because Goblin is just that good. Double Stalker on the way for Goblin. Double Stalker on the way for Zeus. Goblin, though, has got Nefarious Intent throwing up that Robo. Alright, Probe moving about. Pylon block from Zeus at Goblin's base, however, he's gonna need all his resources at home to defend. As Goblin has got that Robo on the way. Zeus has got his defensive Robo on the way, however he likes this low ground pylon so he can get up the quick shield battery to defend. But against something like this, you probably just want your units in position. Or you on the high ground, I think. Both players microing back their stalkers. Yeah, Zeus gonna be getting pushed back. Understandable that you want to try and avoid that. Zeus has scouted out Goblin's proxy, so he knows that it's gonna be all hands on deck. He's got 2 more of his own stalkers rallying out. He's gonna have to pull those all together. He's probably just gonna have to focus on trying to chrono boost out his own immortal right away. Chrono boost hits his Robos. He's gonna have another 2 stalkers popping out in just a second. With the shield battery, I think he should be able to hold on. He's got 6 stalkers against 4 and an immortal, and then once he has his own immortal, it's gonna be very, very even compared to what it would be. Stalkers move forward. They do get a shot off on Goblin's immortal. It almost costs him a stalker, however. Like Zeus has chosen to warp in a second sentry as well to help him out, and he throws up his Nexus, so very comfortable in his hold with this. Whereas it seems Goblin's just going to be continuing on, and I'm honestly not sure how well this is going to work out for Goblin. Zeus, he's got the shield battery, he's got the 2 sentries and his own immortal, so by all rights he should be fine. Goblin's got the Prism, but it's hard to micro against a high damage dealing unit like the immortal. And great force fields go down by Zeus. Goblin loses a stalker. Goblin's gonna warp in his own sentry, but if we look at the unit count, it's pretty darn even. And then there's the defender's advantage for Zeus. He's got another immortal on the way. Goblin second has just rallied forward, so he's gonna have a lead in that for a second. And Goblin is gonna be able to force field the ramp of Zeus. That's the play here. Decides to force field that, forces a recall. Goblin can now just shuttle to the low ground, lock him out of his natural, and secure a kill on that. And all of a sudden, Zeus has been bamboozled. His Nexus is going to be under fire. First, his shield battery will fall, and Goblin, when it looked like his push had 0 potential, he gets locks his opponent out of his base, and now Zeus does sneak down the ramp, but it's just his 2 immortals. They're going to be picked off like it's nothing, and that's going to be the game-winning play. Well done by Goblin. All right, that is GG. I feel like see, I've got the files for the logo. But yeah, I've got the files for the logo so that the ESL thing can be transparent, but I'm not sure how to implement it. But I'm gonna keep looking for another match, and then we can go from there. Peely Peely versus Nidix. I think that's already started. Alright, Peely Peely has played Nidix. We will keep looking for our next match. Fly versus Young Yakov. Solar's actually just out of his game. Okay. Oh, Nina just invited me. Awesome. Alright, so we'll be casting Nina versus White Idra. Alright, so Nina is up 1-0 in this series. That was actually a really sick play from Goblin. Alright, here we are though. In the bottom left-hand side of the map, it is White Idra taking on Nina in the top right. Nina, a very, very good Protoss player, who's actually been looking, results-wise, very strong comparatively to the Nina we'd seen in the past. And so that's exciting, that everyone's really looking good at Starcraft lately. Alright, looks like we've got a proxy from Nina. Gonna be going for that double gateway cheese, most likely. White Idra is scouting out with his SCV. Getting into the main base of Nina, but not looking for this proxy gateway. And so Nina is opting for the pro player choice of trying to win the game very quickly against someone that's considered a less skilled opponent. And I think that's simply just a fact. Let's take a look. That probe gonna be running away. And oh, I love this! A counter proxy from White Idra. Now the question is, does White Idra sniff out that Nina's going for her own proxy and build a bunker? Because if he does, I think this can work out alright for him. But if he doesn't, not so much. This Marine's moving out on the map, gonna be looking for a proxy, but not gonna find it. Not yet anyway, and an SCV's actually moving out with this Marine. Is White Idra planning on going for something like a crazy bunker at the would-be Protoss natural? The barracks is gonna lift off into the main base. The barracks is gonna start building an armory, which is crazy, by the way. We see White Idra is gonna move in with this SCV, see that there's no natural, and say, ruh-roh. Is the factory has been found by this stalker, which is no good, seeing as how now Nina is going to be able to predict this is coming. I do like the choice for the armory to allow the burrowed widow mines to pop out. This Marine pops out on the wrong side of town for White Idra. We'll just end up going down for nothing but some shields. And the bunker at the natural base will potentially delay this a little bit. The widow mine's going to burrow. Probes were pulled, but not enough, apparently, so that widow mine does get a shot off, but the problem does remain that, of course, it wasn't invisible at the time. Mines will now be invisible now, but not in time. More probes are being pulled in order to ensure a surround on this widow mine. Does it pop out and burrow right away? Yes, it does. These probes could actually be hit by this mine shot. Does he target the stalker? No, he doesn't. I think the stalker would have been the better option to target there. And if we take a look, Nina has actually killed off the one supply depot. Going to be working on the other. But with those depots going down with basically no unit production back at home, I think White Idra is in a lot of trouble. It is still a one-base play versus a one-base play. Nina is forced to get up a robo to detect this pesky widow mine. But the two stalkers on this side of the map are just going to be very problematic. The Marines are coming forward with this Marauder that just popped out to work away on these units, but a Marauder against stalkers alone is not that good without concussive shell, without stim, or medivac to support. Stalkers will actually win out and kill off the Marauder, and they do, so now all of a sudden White Idra has basically nothing on his side of the map. He never got up a bunker. He needed to pull SCVs with that. And if we take a look, Nina's actually got another proxy pylon. Looks like the mine actually somehow made it into the main, or closer to the mineral line of Nina. The Robo's done. A photon cannon's on the way, but I get the feeling that this mine will get off at least one more shot. But this is a hopeless scenario for Terran. SCV's being pulled against 4 Stalkers. GG gets called. Nina takes the game. And G to the G. Nina takes a quick 2-0. Audio cut out for a second. Huh, I wonder why that was. If it happens again, please do let me know. Will that do it? Forgive me while I fiddle about with things. Just trying to make it so that the image is a little bit less poignant, but I want to make sure that I'm doing it in the correct way. Alright. Let's try and find our next match. It's gonna be... The best part about these cups is that they just get better and better and better. MaxPax versus Ryan, PtitDrogo versus Riser. Bly's out of game. Who's Bly playing? Happened 3 times for about 10 seconds, huh? Okay, trying to find a match. Oh, ForJummy just listed his, so we'll jump right on into that. Okie dokie. Like, yeah, this is ForJummy versus Vindicta, right? Apparently I got kicked from the lobby though. Jumping in ForJummy versus Vindicta. Wait, did Clem and Bly play? They shouldn't have matched up yet. Yeah, no, they're on different sides of the bracket. Unless you're talking about another tournament. Alright, here we are. In the top right, we've got the Rising Star ForJummy. And in the bottom left, we have got Alpha X's Vindicta. Cast him earlier today, and he's still trucking. Hopefully one of these other kind commentators will tell me the score. Alright, 1-0 lead for Vindicta. I think that's the expected result. However, I definitely think ForJummy is capable. What's your thoughts on Dong Raigu's comeback? I think it's amazing. I think it's great to see. As, having someone come back to a high level after retiring basically means that it can be done. There's no excuses for the pro players who don't do it. If I don't talk, the whole stream is muted. Oh, that's just me tabbing out. Like, if I tab out or something, the game audio stops. I guess I could adjust that setting since I'm going to be broadcasting. There we go. That'll do it. There we go. Now when I tab out the music, I'll still keep going. A bit of friendly banter by those players. I locked onto someone's camera, but I'll just do the observing myself. All right, Reaper comes on in. Oh, gets surrounded and killed by the probe. So however, it did spot the Twilight. So got the bare minimum done for being a Reaper. Alright. Twilight, Stalker, on the way. Not sure what ForJummy should do here. He did already get the Reaper, which was nice. A Dark Shrine on the way for ForJummy. Let's see it. I dig it. Why not? And of course, ForJummy, a very cheesy player, he's got the deal with it pylon. Because why wouldn't you? Alright, these two Adepts are moving in, but they're gonna have to move on out. That Shade finished. That Shade was questionable. He tries to target down the Mule. One of the Adepts gets hugged by the SCV. I think one, if not both of these SCV Adepts are gonna go down. One SCV for one Adept. Not a great trade. Yeah, it looks like some people just have got, like, full transparency on the logo set up. I just want to make sure that I'm, like, following the rules for this, you know? Let me actually, take a look here. I'm one of those people, in case you guys didn't notice, that everything's got to be perfect. Like, if I know that something can be done better, I'll try and do it better. So forgive me. Oh, Widow Mine drop coming on in. First mine burrows at the natural. Good reaction. The DT potential isn't really going to be too high, though, seeing as how there's a Raven that just popped out. We'll see if that's able to get anything done, but I do have my doubts on that. The DTs are going to run on in, however, the Raven's not in position, and DTs, when they're not detected, can get a lot of damage done. They're actually just going to target down the orbital like a madman. Vindicta just has to cancel the SCV and lift off. All the DTs do get out. That was a lot of damage done to the orbital, but man, that was a very ForJummy play. And oh, 7 probes go down at the natural base. As the Widow Mine actually just cheekily runs on out of there too after getting 7 probes, putting Vindicta in a very good spot. Targeting down that orbital was a very, very bold play by ForJummy. Trying to kill something with a sword that can just lift off to avoid you. The DT's gotta lift off. That Prism could be in trouble. Forces a liftoff on the orbital yet again. He gets away, the auto turret gets tossed, but a little bit ambitious, doesn't actually gun it down. So the Prism does escape. Oh, there we go. That should do it. Logo should be better now. I'm not sure why the negative version is like that, though. This is interesting. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not doing too much the best commentating right now. I'm just fiddling about with the logo, which apparently decides to want to do what I want right now. And there we go, that should be better. Okay, all is good. Alright, there we go. Anyway, Vindicta's coming in for a push. This is looking a little rough for Jummy. I love Jimmy's name, by the way. Just anytime anything wrong goes on, just say, it's looking rough for Jummy. Widow Mines and gets a shot off on the Zealots, but there is enough for the Protoss player to repel Vindicta. The Raven almost got picked off. Getting that would have been nice, because then it allows the Protoss player, of course, to be able to use more DTs and force scans and things. Jummy really wants that, so he's going to unload a Stalker underneath the Raven. Gets it. A drop is now going to be heading towards the main base for Vindicta. And looks like Jummy will be able to intercept this, potentially, seeing as how he's got 4 Stalkers in the main base. The Stalkers are going to try and target down the Medivac. They get one. The Prism just unloads the Archon on top of this, which is a big brain play. Sends this pack, and looks like one of the Medivacs, no, doesn't quite get picked off. There is another Widow Mine drop heading towards the natural, however. Bing, bang, boom, snap, crackle, pop, as 14 probes get killed off en masse. The cannon does get the drop at least, which is a little bit nice, but the 4th base then gets killed amidst the chaos. A drop now hitting the 3rd base. Jummy is just getting multitasked to death. Vindicta does have his 3rd base now getting established too, so his economy is going to be looking pretty good. Maybe could have been a little bit earlier, but considering the nature of the game, that's understandable how it wasn't. We see Yeah, Jummy just playing with a ragtag amount of units. He's trying to get that probe count back up. He did start up the 4th base, but with that being killed, that was a big blow to his economy. He's going to want to restart that, but he's kind of just too broke right now. He's getting up a Colossus, which is a good choice, seeing as how ghosts are on the way. Alright. Double Colossus production. I do like this. No half measures, only double measures. Double Colossus is really cool. Alright. 2 1s on the way here for Jimmy. If he gets +2 on the Colossus, that would deal a lot of damage to this bio. No 4th base has been started for Jimmy. He probably knows that he can't really commit to that and defend, so he's just going to try and defend, get up that base later. The 2 Colossus as well for Jimmy are also kind of hidden right now, but they will be needed to defend against this attack. We do see those Zealots are now going to start running on in, along with some being warped on in. An EMP hits the prison, but it had already been weakened due to the turret. Looks like the prison will get picked off. In comes Vindicta, going to be going for an attack. Force fields kind of work against Jummy there. We see he has to pull back now. His shield battery is not there to heal up those Immortals that took a lot of damage. Their shields are all gone. It's like 2 shield batteries do just finish up though, so they will be able to help heal up these units. Battery overcharge does get used an absolute necessity to keep these units going, but EMP drops some of the units anyway. And Jummy is still in a very rough spot. Widowmine's getting shots off. There's no observer in position to help out here. 3 Colossus are now out for Jummy, so he's got that going for him at least until the Viking count builds up for Vindicta. There is also 6 DTs that just got warped in, but of course that means the DTs are not helping defend here. The battery overcharge has already been popped, so it's not going to help out. The regular shield battery is just out of energy. The Colossus are getting big swipes off, but it's simply not enough here for Jummy. It looks like he's having to retreat. There's nothing to buffer for these Colossus. If those DTs were Zealots, maybe he could have held on, but in the end it looks like the Vindicta is just going to take the 2-0 against Jummy right now. The DTs are going for a counterattack, but I think the Protoss player knows he's in trouble. He could warp in some defensive DTs, but there's ghosts that can get EMPs, and these DTs will have to get all the damage done in the world in order to make this a comeback for the Protoss player, but they don't even have DT blink. Zealots have been warped in now. No DTs, notably. Feels odd not to warp in at least 1 DT to hope that your opponent doesn't have detection, but a good Terran player like Vindicta has got his bases covered, and he is fine taking the 2-0 against Jummy. But good to be able to cast a Jummy game. Alright, GG. And we'll try and get on into the next game. Looks like Vindicta will move on to play against... drum roll, please. Someone much later. MaxPax is still hanging around. Future's playing Golden, that would be a good match. Goblin just got out of his game. Playing against a guy called Fork. Solar versus Geokilla. Geokilla is a Diamond Terran, it looks like. 3600 MMR. taking on one of the world's best Zergs. Alright, let's do it. I dig it. Why not? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoy the stream, hit that like button, join the Discord that's linked in the description. Come hang out. You can even use the Pro Starcraft chat channel to talk about pro matches. It is good to be casting these, though. Okie dokie. There's a lot of people covering this match. You know, I think I'm actually just gonna jump out. And I'll try and find us a different lobby. There's already like 3 other people covering that. So I figure... Vanish X versus Clem. Vanish versus Clem. That should be a slightly closer match, I think. MaxPax versus PtitDrogo or Riser could be coming up. Future versus Golden would have been a really fun one to commentate, I think. $20 likes, thanks so much for watching, guys. If you guys could go ahead and slap that like button, I'd appreciate it. It goes a long way to helping the stream. Let the world know that there's some Starcraft going on YouTube live. There's not a lot of live Starcraft on YouTube. For how many people watch on YouTube? It's kind of funny how that's always worked. Like, the live events have always been on Twitch or another platform. And then, okay, and then the winner of that match plays Vindicta. Yeah, so we can probably just ride this line in the tournament. And the winner of that will go play someone down the line. Did Clem go away? I don't see Clem in the chat. All right. Oh. I'm kind of being a lobby slut here, but All right. I'm gonna hop out. Alright. Hopping over to the EU server to cast MaxPax versus PtitDrogo. Probably one of the highest. Yeah, I kind of jumped in and out of a few lobbies there, but I figured I'd want to I kind of wanted to cast like a more even match. And PtitDrogo versus MaxPax, I think, should definitely be one. 36 people watching, but we only got 26 likes. How's that possible when there's only 7 people on Earth? Can we please try and even up those numbers, guys? You gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Jokes aside, I do appreciate everyone who supports the stream. But if you're watching and you haven't subscribed, how did I wrong you? These casts are just gonna be me degrading into insanity. Alright, anyway, here we are. This is actually gonna be a good one, so let's hype it up a little. In the top left-hand side of the map, we have got none other than Exxon's MaxPax. And in the bottom right-hand side of the map, it is Raise Your Edge PtitDrogo. Giving us another PvP, but let me tell you, this will be a good one. A Rising Star MaxPax against one of the old best Protoss in Europe. Okay. Assimilator's on the way for Drogo. MaxPax going for his 2 as well. That gives us 4 assimilators. There's that good Starcraft music. What is the lowest league I've casted? Oh, I've cast some people who were playing like some of their first Starcraft games. It was my friends. It was like some of the very first things I ever commentated too. I thought that would be fun to do. And alright, this PvP is kicking off. There's the proxy. If I didn't have to go to work in a few hours, we could make a drinking game of PvP in which you just take a shot every time there's a proxy robo. And then you'd just be on the floor in no time. Oh, it's actually a proxy gateway. Alright, just a proxy in general, I should have said. Steve, the world doesn't deserve you. Someone who likes even before he sees the videos. Stalker's on the way for the MaxPax. And then there is Stalkers popping out for the Drogo. Kills off MaxPax's probe. Gonna be able to start working away on this pylon. Try and finish that up. Stargate's on the way here for MaxPax, but he's gonna have to defend against what is probably just gonna be a lot of Stalkers from PtitDrogo. And I think this build just aims to cancel the natural, right? And then Drogo can get up his own natural? That would make the most sense. That would be how you'd get a lead. Like, MaxPax, he's gonna be investing into getting a, like, an Oracle or a Void Ray. When all of a sudden, Drogo's gonna walk forward with quite a few more Stalkers. And we'll see if MaxPax is ready for this. Forward comes Drogo. Gonna start shooting away on one of the Stalkers. Stalkers start working away on the pylon, already bruising up quite a few, or two of the Stalkers of MaxPax. One's very severely in the orange, and MaxPax throwing up shield batteries that is natural. I think it's just accepting that he's basically gotta just give up and defend, that he can't defend this. And so he's gonna be going for a counter with the Oracle, but there's a chance that Drogo can just warp in his own Stalker, and he's already got two here. He's warping in a third, and all of a sudden, PtitDrogo, he's got his own natural up. In his main base, he's got Stalkers to repel the Oracle already. He might even kill it. Oh, that was close. The Stalkers of PtitDrogo are going to start fanning out as well, hoping to get the final shots off on this Oracle. The Oracle will now be heading towards the natural. It knows that it revealed these Stalkers. Will head to the main base, and this is actually a very smart play, kind of just doubling around, going to be able to actually get a few probes when it didn't get any damage initially. So getting 3 probes, 4 probes, 5 probes, 5 probes in all, and gets out, so that really turns around. Okay, we see PtitDrogo now deciding to go on the offensive, realizing that he's still got a superior number of Stalkers and still a superior economy due to the fact that he's on 2 bases. He hallucinates a Colossus to give himself the high ground vision to allow him to engage his opponent's Stalkers. He actually did 2. Back on his side of the map, he is taking damage to this Oracle, but if he cancels this Nexus again, he's in a perfect position, or a beautiful position, really. The Colossus for Drogo is going to walk up the ramp, try and see what his opponent's up to. See the fact that there's a Robo Bay on the way. And Drogo, he can just make a few extra probes. As long as he plays defensive, he'll be fine. He's throwing up a Stargate, which is a really odd timing. But I guess that's really just to counter the Disruptors, so not odd at all. I see Info Ranker saying, Laughin', any plans on doing Bronze League hero type videos? No. I've always been more on the serious side of Starcraft commentating for the most part. We see the Oracle come on in once again for MaxPax. Gonna get even more kills. It's already got 10, 12, 13 kills. What a number for an Oracle that was originally just blown off by PtitDrogo. Wow, what a bit of damage. PtitDrogo had 2 Adepts warping in, but they were found by MaxPax. Gonna kill that off. Kill those off. Yeah, realistically, I don't think I'm the right kind of commentator to get all hyped up about lower level Starcraft players. And I honestly think that some people will kind of make fun of, I mean, in a light way, of course, lower level Starcraft players, but I don't think that's something that I could do a lot of, because I like to see the best of the best. I'm very analytical. I like to point out, probably more so than any other commentator, I like to point out what pros are doing right and wrong. In my opinion, anyway. And so, Doing that for Bronze League heroes, I don't think would really fit my commentating style. Phoenix are gonna find this Oracle, kill it off. Not before it gets another probe though, like a boss. This Oracle really has been an evening factor in this game to an extent. MaxPax still has got a much later Nexus. He's down on probes. Drogo does have his Phoenix to help lift up disruptors. But yeah, it looks like PtitDrogo does retain quite the lead. Alright, another Phoenix on the way, so a high Phoenix count from the Protoss player. He's got him, so he figures may as well look for a few probes. Scout out his opponent's base. He sees the state of MaxPax as a base, and he's just got to be pretty happy with that. PtitDrogo is burning all of his energy to lift up those probes, so he's not actually going to have the energy really to lift up disruptors. So there's a chance that this disruptor will be able to get a big hit off now. None of these Phoenix actually have got the energy needed to lift up this disruptor. Now it's got enough to lift up one. There we go. That one Phoenix with the energy lifts up the disruptor, cancels the shot. The Prism gets taken out, and the Phoenix can even start working away on the Colossus. One lifts up the Immortal, removing a lot of the damage from this. The Immortal's actually going to get targeted down, and PtitDrogo probably wants to back up after that, get back to his shield batteries. He has lost actually all of his Phoenix, however, so he's not going to have those to defend against this anymore. He's got shield batteries, but he hasn't initiated the overcharge. That's because he already used it. A disruptor gets a very big shot off. This is looking really grim for PtitDrogo, as Goblin, or pardon me, MaxPax, has got two Colossus. One of them does get picked off, which is actually a big deal, seeing as how it's just going to cut up these probes. But wow, MaxPax turns that around, goes for the attack, and gets the win. PtitDrogo not taking an ideal fight. Wow, what a match. MaxPax turned that around. Despite being very, very far behind most of the game. We have almost got 50 people watching, which is really exciting. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. I was on the fence about streaming in the evening, because I usually stream in the mornings, because that's when most people are watching. But I'm glad that some of you late-night Europeans, and that there's probably a few of you Americans watching, who are fellow Canadians. Maybe even a few Aussies, who knows. But anyway, this man in the top right-hand side of the map, it's PtitDrogo. I think PtitDrogo has won one of these cups. And in the bottom left-hand side of the map, it's MaxPax. Hearthstone beat Serral in ladder last night, 40-minute late game. That's exciting. That would be good to cast. Yeah. Really, I do think that it's awesome how Hearthstone's doing a YouTube channel, and how he's doing a YouTube channel and he's still playing. Like, he's really, really good. And doing a YouTube channel does draw away from your practice, I imagine, as a pro. But if he's still taking Serral in late games, then that's impressive. But just you wait, guys. If you guys want to predict something, it's that since Serral, he's lost a few games now. He's dropped a few series, more so than he'd usually do. There's going to be some commentator out there who's going to go ahead and say, alright, well, I know people have been saying that Serral has been washed up, and that Serral, but he's still the best, one of the best Zergs in the world. He's still incredibly good and all that. And I guarantee you that some commentator's going to come along and say that next time he plays. That they're going to reference how people are probably saying that he's not that good anymore. But then say that he actually really is that good still. Anyway, enough of that sidebar, just waiting for these proxy pylons to run on into each other. We see PtitDrogo's probe actually scouted MaxPax's pylon after building his own pylon. And so, right now, PtitDrogo is basically Spider-Man pointing at MaxPax, but MaxPax, he hasn't found Drogo's pylon, so he's not pointing back. Alright, Drogo. Built up a good adept count. Now going to be hunting down the adepts of MaxPax. Adepts working on adepts. Looks like MaxPax was able to get 2 probes, but then lost his 2 adepts, so definitely not worth it. I know. I was just kind of memeing there about what people will say about Cyril. He's still incredibly good. I honestly think that he's probably still got better PvZ. Maybe, maybe not. It's tough to say. I think Raynor's just got really good ZVZ. Who knows, though? Either way. We got 2 Protoss that are really good here. And I know that I did have my mic muted there for a second. I was just trying to be able to breathe. Adepts working on adepts. Their shades run into each other. PtitDrogo's adepts running away from MaxPax's adepts. MaxPax actually lets his adept into the adept builder's natural base. And the adepts are now attacking the adepts as the adepts are running away. Looks like the adept guys, those adepts, actually did alright for themselves. Despite being adepted by the adepts, and now he's going to warp in some more adepts. It's just adepts all the way down. And if we take a look at the actual adept count, it's currently 14 to 14, so the adept numbers are very even. Ooh, a bit of a move command by MaxPax, so making a mistake with his adepts right into the adepts there of PtitDrogo. However, his adepts are actually going to shade into the main base of PtitDrogo, and PtitDrogo has got to recall his adepts because the adepts are now in his main base. The adepts are going to get on top of MaxPax's adepts, however, he's already lost quite a few probes, which are not adepts. And it looks like that this will be cleaned up. However, PtitDrogo is down on the probes, which of course is going to make it harder for him to build more adepts while this is going on as well. MaxPax has actually warped in a few not adepts. and they're going to actually run right on into the natural base of PtitDrogo. PtitDrogo does have an observer in position, so he's going to be able to target down these DTs. Adept's actually pretty good against DTs, which is good when you're trying to kill DTs with Adepts. Adept's now starting to work away on the probes, or not Adepts, are trying to work away on the probes of PtitDrogo. PtitDrogo's probes are running all over the place. He's already down to 27, so he's actually just attacking the front. He's going to try and crash the gates with his Adepts, and of course they are just going to break right on through, because Adepts are macho. And now, all of a sudden, MaxPax is looking at himself, wondering why he doesn't have as many Adepts as his opponent. He's got the DTs, though, working away on his opponent's Adepts. However, with the Observer coming on in, he is actually just going to be able to kill off all of the probes of MaxPax, and GG, PtitDrogo ties it up, simply just having the larger number of Adepts. And that was a wild ride. Also, after the last game, Drogo said, always so confused how you win these. Of course, referring to MaxPax being incredibly far behind, and then still getting the W. If you guys happen to be watching this stream, but you're not a subscriber, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It will let you get access to daily StarCraft 2 content whenever I do a stream. Alright, so here we are, loading into the next game. It is tied 1-1 in this epic best of 3. It is MaxPax in the top right, taking on PtitDrogo in the bottom left. Drogo looked very good that game. He was kind of getting played, but that's the way it goes. And then he just went and got the W, kind of like how MaxPax was horribly behind in the last game. Or in game number 1, and then he went and got the W. All right, MaxPax tossing up a gateway. We'll see if there's going to be a proxy this game. Or not. Okay. Taking a look. There goes up simulators on the way for both players. Gateways on the way for both players. Mirror builds. Drogo scouting out, MaxPax scouting out. However, with a Protoss, you never know if it's an honest-to-God scout, or if it's just going to be some cheesy pylon building tactics. And there's MaxPax, going with the cheesy pylon building tactics. Drogo as well, going with the cheesy pylon building tactics. All right. The probe for Drogo. Oh, is he going to build like another pylon, or is he just hanging out? He's got to just be hanging out, right? Yeah, just waiting for a scout. Stargate's on the way for MaxPax, so going for that very quick cheese. One of the proxies that makes a lot of sense, because you want to get that Oracle into your opponent's base as quick as possible, because the Oracle timings can be very sharp. All the while, Drogo hasn't actually gone for anything yet. We see a pylon at the bottom of Drogo's ramp. MaxPax throws up that cheeky pylon, whereas Drogo was planning on going for just a regular old expansion, it looks like. MaxPax has got 2 Adepts moving out. He's going to have the Oracle as well, so he's going to be trying to put some pressure on his opponent. Alright, shield battery. Now on the way there for Drogo, so gonna help secure up his natural. However, he's really just got to have everything in his main base to try and defend against the Oracle Adept combo. One of the Stalkers found the Adepts, and the Adepts will run away. However, it's really going to be all about the Oracle. All about that Oracle. MaxPax does decide to throw up his own Nexus a little bit later than Drogo's, but it will head into a macro game. That's generally how a game of Starcraft 2 leans. The more players figure out the early game in the meta, the longer the meta has been stable. The less cheese and things will be. Stalker working away on this Adept. However, there's enough Adepts to actually kill off the Stalker, so that'll be killed off. MaxPax ensures he gets a surround on the Stalker as well to guarantee that kill. Drogo not retreating that to the shield battery was a bit of a mistake. And now, we've actually got double Oracle out for MaxPax, enough to work through a shield battery, and potentially to work through a few sentries. If 2 Oracles get on top of these sentries and Stalkers, MaxPax can actually just target all of these down, I believe. And in go the Oracles. Drogo could be in trouble. 1 sentry down, 2 sentries down, 3 sentries down for 1 Oracle, even a probe for good measure on his way out. That is not cheap for PtitDrogo. Sentries costing 150 gas each. Is really quite a disaster there. Definitely worth it for the 1 Oracle. Adepts also keeping pressure on PtitDrogo's natural base. Going to be targeting down a few probes, forcing or delaying Drogo's transfer. We take a look at the worker count. It's even. MaxPax has got the Oracle. He's got a Dark Shrine on the way too. So while PtitDrogo's getting up Blink, MaxPax has got Blink, the same worker count, a Dark Shrine, and an Oracle still out on the map, so I'd say he's doing very, very well for himself. Alright, these 2 Adepts now moving out for PtitDrogo. Going to be looking for some counter damage on MaxPax. I do like that, as there isn't a lot for the Protoss at his main base. He's got 3 Stalkers, but Adepts can very well shade by that. Drogo doesn't have a Robo. He's got a Forge on the way now, however, no detection. And all MaxPax needs is to get a DT into the main base of PtitDrogo, and then he's in big, big trouble. And I'm not sure how Drogo will actually be able to react to this. DT should be warping in for MaxPax now, and he does have a probe at the top of his ramp, so that Dark Shrine won't be scouted. And while Drogo's building a Robo now, I got a bad feeling about this. These 2 DTs will be able to get some damage done at the very, very least. MaxPax with a pylon just out to the right of Drogo's base is going to be able to get these DTs in to deal some real damage. The DTs make it into the main base. There's absolutely nothing there to detect these units. The DTs are going to unpower the Robo, and I think that's going to be lights out for PtitDrogo, to be honest. He's throwing up a cannon, but there's nothing to power the Robo. It's just going to be targeted down. He's got to abandon ship. He's throwing up a ton of pylons to try and repower this, but there's no way an observer gets out. He's started a cannon, but it's not enough. Drogo gets DT'd out of the game, and MaxPax takes the 2-1 series. GG. Well played, MaxPax. And Drogo a little bit frustrated there as he taps on out and is eliminated from this week's EPT. EPT Americas. So sleep well, PtitDrogo. Sleep well. Alright, looks like I just jumped into Future versus Cham. GG, what an ending. Alright, so we're jumping into Future versus Cham. Future has got the 1-0 lead. And this is where these cups really start to get good, guys. They're just going to get better and better the longer that this series goes on. Like, we got Clem on one side of the bracket, we got Special But there are a lot of other Titans in between. There's Bly, who could very well upset this. Nina. Goblin. Vanya. It's Solar's in here too. Scarlet. We just saw MaxPax take out PtitDrogo. We got Future, Cham, and then of course Special on the other side of the bracket. So, oh, this is looking good. If you guys could go ahead and slap that like button, I would greatly appreciate it. It would be really appreciated, guys, to show some support for the stream. And of course, if you're watching but you ain't subbed, we're on a quest to hit 10k subs before the end of 2020. It's gonna be close. It might be a bit unreasonable, but we're gonna give it our all. Gonna give it our all. All right. Here we are into this best of 3 in the top left-hand side of the map. We have got Future. And in the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have got Cham. Freddy saying he was watching a movie, The Martian. I kept thinking of an SCV walking around the map. I mean, there are a lot of Starcraft maps that do kind of look like Mars. And then, yeah. Of course, The Martian, a very good movie. I've enjoyed it. Definitely due for a rewatch, and I actually bought the book. So when I got time, which will probably be never, to be honest, I want to read the actual book, so we shall see. One day. A very respectable drone scout from Cham out on the map. Being very wary of the proxy rack's potential on submarine. Then just macroing normally, so he takes a slight economic hit by pulling that drone off, but he figures that it's worth the risk. He got a very good scout out. The drone wasn't out too long, and yet it checked pretty much all the proxy locations. Reaper on the way for Future. Gonna be hopping on out. And man, I gotta say, these EPT cups are so awesome. It's really great to see how many pros sign up for these. There have been times which America's was looking kind of bare bones, but we got great Europeans signing up. We've got Koreans, players playing all hours of the day, and then of course the American trying to defend their own. Future is one of those players. Cham, of course, as well, being North American. Reaper gets across the map very quickly on submarine. Future gonna be looking for some drones. Does he get one? Does he get one? He gets one! Force 2 spores and kills a drone. That's really, really nice for Future. Really, really nice. And this Reaper very well may jump back in to try and get one of those drones. He knows there's 2 softened up drones. Does the Reaper toss down a grenade? Yes, it does. That's 1 dead drone. Is there gonna be a second? There's a third, not quite. The Reaper goes down. Maybe Future could have suicided to get the 3rd drone, but still, killing off 2 drones at this stage in the game, forcing more spores, is great for Future. Alright, we take a look here. We've got Lings now on the way for Cham, getting ready for the next stage of the game. He's also got a Roach Horn, so maybe he's just planning on going all in. This is a 3.5-minute Roach Horn. This is a submarine. I just lost 2 drones in the early game. I'm done with this Roach Horn, and so we could very well be seeing a really big push come out from Cham. He's not making anything else you see right now. That's a Roach Horn on the way. And that's basically going to allow Cham just to spam out some of these Roach boys, then probably a bunch of Lings after it. And we'll see if Future's going to be able to hold on against this. He's got the Banshee on the way, which is definitely the right choice at the start, depending on if Cham does the March of the Queens or not. We see 7 roaches on the way. Future, he's playing it cautious, knowing that there's lings out there. He's got a bunker on the way and a tank, which will really help with this, particularly if he gets his wall finished up. But we do see Future. He's being very wary of what's out on the map, but it's there's something out there lurking. And now that he sees all these lings, maybe he's tipped off to this aggression, knowing that there's that many units out on the map. Does Future know this is coming? I guess not, as he tosses up a 3rd CC in the wall. It's going to help with the wall, but these roaches are going to show up. They're going to be able to start putting a world of hurt on to Future. There is the tank done. There's a Banshee done. And that Banshee's actually still staying back at home. The tank getting shots off already. So yeah, Cham actually just taps out. He didn't bring the queens. There was a Banshee and a tank. And Future takes the 2-0 just like that. Very, very quick glimpse at Future's play. But he will move on now. Alright, and so basically what that means is that we are going to have Future versus Special, a TVT, which I think we've got no reason not to join that. Oh, who's Scarlet playing? Silky versus Scarlet. Let's cast Scarlet. Someone requested Scarlet. Alright, so yeah, we're actually going to jump into this fresh ZVZ series, Scarlet and Silky. It was either a TVT or a ZVZ, and I'm kind of just jumping in whatever's going. Because I'd really like to see Scarlet versus MaxPax, or Silky versus MaxPax after this. And there's honestly just so much Starcraft 2. It's like there's just so much you can't choose. Just pick the Starcraft out of the air. It's like being in a money box. It's just raining down on you, and you can't... You're just trying to grab it all, but you can only fit so much in your hands. All right. I've also got... if you guys haven't, by the way, I know I've said this a few times, and I'll say it periodically, subscribe to the channel, because tomorrow's video, it's going to be a good one. It's Beyond versus Stats. And then after that, we're going to be having... after that, we'll be having, of course, another Alpha Star video, and then after that, it's going to be a pro recommended match. And yes, I do have the join button. If you guys do want to support the stream, consider using that. I was gonna get the war chest skins if I managed to hit 20 members, but I get the feeling I may have missed that. Alright. Here we are, a fresh new series for us. It is 0-0. In the top left-hand side of the map, we have got Scarlet. And in the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have got Silky, the Chinese player. Silky, I think, is looking pretty good lately. And Scarlet, fellow Canadian, recently won the ESL Pro Tour Americas, which is good. And so she looked very good there. People were, I guess, questioning her form regarding her play because she was playing like a lot of Brood War and stuff, but apparently she's still got it. Still got it playing some darn good StarCraft. And now I'm actually curious, how did she do? How did Scarlet do? Okay, yeah, she was in a she was in a group with Serial Innovation and Time, and she came in third, just barely losing to Innovation. 2-1 in the final series. Yeah, I remember watching that. Yeah. So she's actually looking pretty good form-wise. We take a look. We have got this Overlord moving out on the map. Bouncing into this other Overlord. Silky rocking those skins. Scarlet, no skins. You guys saying, yay, Scarlet in chat. Slap that like button for Scarlet. And honestly, I do let viewer feedback pick who I cast quite a bit of the time. All right. Queen's on the way, speed on the way for both players. No ZVZ shenanigans just yet. What server are we actually on? Yeah, we're on Western. That makes sense. I imagine that Silky's got a rather high amount of ping playing in this cup, because of course it is on the Western server. If you're in China, that means you've got to use a VPN, I believe, to play on this server. And so basically that means Silky, you're going to be playing with a rather high amount of ping. Third base is on the way for Scarlet. We see Overlords on the way for both players. Evo Chamber on the way for Silky. It's not the American Silky. Nope. The Chinese Silky. The American Silky, I'm not sure if he was playing in this cup or not. But I actually cast Silky versus Silky, which was a wild ride on the channel like a week or two ago. I think that was arguably the peak of my casting career. 16 Lings on the way for Silky. So that's a rather decent number, I guess, just playing it safe. No third base yet. We see Carapace starting for both players and a Roachworn on the way for Silky, whereas Scarlet just going up in the drone count rather high comparatively. So this is going to force Scarlet to make some more drones. The fact that Silky has got so many Lings is going to try and surprise Scarlet a little bit. Scarlet's got 10 of her own Lings on the way now. She's just got to buy a little bit of time before Silky gets on in. May be able to kill off the third base, but I do have my doubts, as Scarlet's already started making up her own Lings. She's just got to pull a few off that. It's going to be close, as a matter of fact, though. But yeah, Scarlet, she's got her own Lings out. Should be enough to repel this to save it. Queens are now in the mix. Silky's going to have to back off. And Scarlet still retains a rather healthy drone lead. Silky, interestingly enough, with that lair, has gone for a Hydralisk den. No Roach shenanigans, no mutas, a Hydra den in a ZVZ, which is crazy, I'll say. Is that going to be for lurkers or something? Like, yeah, it's got to be lurkers. So, lurkers for Silky against Scarlet, who's getting up a lair. I mean, I think it's a very creative play, but I'm not sure how effective this will be. Lurkers are really darn good units, and people have been calling for them to be nerfed. I think semi-seriously, semi-not seriously. Because some players are so darn good with them. But oh, look at this. Silky gets on towards the third base. Going to surround the Queen. Lings for Scarlet coming in to try and save her, but they will not be able to. And more Lings for Scarlet will come in to engage the Lings of Silky. So looks like Silky will be forced to retreat, as players are microing both their groups of Lings on different fronts. Scarlet does have the numbers here, I think. Except Silky, actually, maybe not. 22 Lings to 24. Very close. Scarlet a little underestimated this a little bit, but will end up repelling Silky. Alright, we see the Lings engaging each other in the center of the map, running through those speed zones, becoming very quick units. Silky revealing his Hydralisk now to Scarlet, so Scarlet's got to be saying, Hydras? What? What? You can't just be building 2-base Hydras, what are you doing? Silky, only on 29 drones, making Hydras against Scarlet's 52 drones. So Scarlet's making some Banelings, which I think is an absolute must in this situation. Like, Scarlet's like super far ahead in workers. Super, almost double that of Silky. Banelings on the way, though, I think is honestly great for Scarlet. And oh, a big Baneling connection there against the Lings. I'm honestly questioning what Silky's been doing. The lurkers are going to be terrifying, but Scarlet, she's going to be able to make some mutas. And Silky only has got a handful just a handful of Hydras, and is actually morphing more of the Hydras into Lurkers. Scarlet, though, she's not electing to make mutas. There's one mutt. Supply block, though, very disastrous. Baneling's now going to run forward on top of these Lurkers, going to get connections on them. Baneling's not actually that good against Lurkers, though, believe it or not. The Bane's being killed off, though, did free up more supply for Scarlet to make mutas, and Silky doesn't actually really have an answer to mutas, so as long as Scarlet's got an Overseer to see this, she should be able to clean this up. She probably just wants to pull her Lings out of the Lurker range if possible. Baneling that's being cleaned on up, but all of a sudden, in comes the one muta, gonna start working away on this. Where's the Overseer to give this muta vision of the Lurkers? That's what we do need to see. More mutas on the way for Scarlet, starting to work away on these Lurkers. The Lurkers can move forward to try and get as much damage done as they possibly can. The Lings are just going to be cut up by them because the Lurkers, they're so tanky, and yet they deal so much damage to light units. It is kind of crazy. The mutas will actually take quite a while to clean this up, so a very ballsy play. And Scarlet, she's not actually doing the best job cleaning up these Lurkers, I feel. Some in the main base, the muta's kind of just flying around every which direction. Lurkers still at the natural, Lurkers in the main base, a lot of drones going down. Silky now just making Hydras behind this, hoping to have enough, I guess, to have sufficient anti-air, but Scarlet's still ahead on Workers by 20. Maybe not for long if these Lurkers do get their way. Silky excellently splitting those up. Drones dying in very high numbers to those Lurkers, 15 in all. Ling's now heading towards the third base, gonna engage here. Scarlet fires up some more Lings. But, these mutas should be able to clean this up? Yeah, but that took Scarlet a lot longer than I thought it would to clean this up. But she's still got a very nice lead. Silky only on 2 bases, just making Hydras. Only 4 Hydras out, that's nothing against Scarlet's muta count. And so I think Scarlet does have this one in the bag. Silky's done a good job creating chaos, but still looking pretty good for Scarlet. If we take a look, we see that, yeah, Scarlet's just ahead in Workers, has the mutas. Silky does go for a counterattack with the Lings. Scarlet's Ling's not in position to defend her third, so she will actually lose that, which is quite painful. Really painful, as a matter of fact. Most of the Lings of Silky will go down in the process to get this. We see some running towards the main base. There's enough Queens to clean those up, however. Scarlet saves her Queen, good job there. The muta's now splitting up, cleaning up Overlords and things. And it's just going to be mutas against Lings and Banes. I see Anon has asked, is this live or Memorex? This is live. We've got a very, very small delay on the stream. And other than that, these players are playing right now as you hear it. Silky still only on 2 bases, probably unable to secure a third base with slow Hydras, which are now just getting up muscular augments. And so Scarlet's probably just going to have free reign. She can just keep making mutas. We see Silky is trying to get up a Nidus network in order to be able to just bomb those Hydras, bomb his Queens over, seeing as how that's really his only option. But I think Scarlet's just so far ahead. We see the mutas engaging the Queens that is going to be bing bang, 2 dead Queens. The mutas do run away. It looks like 2 do go down to the Hydras. However, Scarlet can just keep on adding more. And Silky's going to be tight pressed to find a place to drop this Nidus. I guess it will be towards the third base of Scarlet. However, Scarlet does even have some Lings, which will help out. There's the Nidus. Silky hasn't even made a single Spore Crawler, though, so this can always go to a base trade, which would not be ideal. And if you think about it, a base trade could actually go Scarlet's way. Scarlet targets down the Nidus, then the mutas kill everything. Scarlet's heading on home with the mutas, I guess electing to play the defensive style. We see Banelings are going to be morphing. All it takes is a few good connections on the Hydras with that centrifugal hooks, which did just finish up. We see the Hydras now heading towards the third base. Scarlet's going to have to be very careful, taking a big engagement. The drones may even want to be pulled in with this. Ling's moving forward, Baneling's moving forward, Silky's splitting back with the Hydras. The Bane's getting some decent connections on the Hydras. The Hydras were split up by that. That's the most important part. The Queens didn't join in with this, so there's some of the tanking out of this army. And there we go, we see 10 more Banelings. Ling's moving forward for Scarlet. The Hydras have no choice but to retreat from the Banes, and the Banes will push the Hydras back. Mutas can clean up everything that isn't retreating, and Scarlet will take game number 1 here as the attack does get shut down. GG gets called. GG, Scarlet taking the win. Well played there. Well played indeed. We will try and get on into the next game. when possible, as the bracket, of course, is continuing on. The bracket is linked down in the description. And so is actually the Discord link, by the way. So is the Discord link. All right. Okay. See a couple of you guys dropping those likes. Thank you so much. We've got 65 people tuning in. Which is awesome, seeing as how this is my first one. Probably in the less viewed cup. And then there's other people streaming it that don't have as many viewers. So thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. That's actually awesome. Our viewer count, like, it's not displayed on the side of Team Liquid. But that puts us, as far as commentators go, the second highest commentator. That's of English, anyway. Alright. Anyway, here we are in the bottom left-hand side of the map. It is Scarlet. And in the top right-hand side of the map, we have got Silky. So Silky played a creative game, but ultimately I think 2-base Lurker and a ZVZ, that method, probably not the way to go against someone like Scarlet. Scarlet's just really darn good. So it's kind of hard to bamboozle her. And I'm also on the fence about whether I'm going to unlist this or not. As there's a lot of downtime. It would kind of cannibalize own viewers leaving this on the channel. So I probably won't. I probably will unlist this. Well, actually, it's just once a week. It's just like one broadcast, so maybe I will leave it up. Let me know what you guys think. Alright. So Ling's on the way for Scarlet as she has gone for a cheeky early pool. If we take a look at Silky's timing, Silky has gone for a hatch first, so this pool gonna potentially catch Silky off guard. The Overlord not in position to see these Lings moving across the map. And there's actually just gonna be more and more Lings moving across the map. So Scarlet is going to be able to catch Silky off guard. And I was actually wondering if Scarlet would do a play like this, because Silky, of course, is playing with a higher ping than Scarlet, that's for sure. And if you're better at micro in the first place, which Scarlet very well may be, and then if you've got a ping advantage, you can potentially just roll over your opponent. There might not be a lot that Silky can do to stop this. Silky's firing up his own Baneling nest, but then again, Ling Bane micro, high ping, not going to be easy. The hatchery going to be under fire. Scarlet down on workers by committing to going to this, but then she can always transition out of this. She can always just keep the pressure on and go for the win. We'll see. Right now, the Ling count is currently 11-7. Baneling's moving forward for Scarlet, looking to get a connection on those Lings. Scarlet's got the speed now, so she's got a lot more micro potential. The Lings are just starting to pick off one or two of Silky's. Queen pops out, wrong side of town. She goes down right away. Scarlet, I think, is at least going to get this hatchery, if not get the win in this game. We see Silky firing up a Spine Crawler, realizing the severity of this rush. Almost manages to grab one of the Banelings. Actually, one of the Banes does go off there. on units that they shouldn't have. The Broodling actually able to get another one of those banelings, but oh, good connection on, oh, actually, good connections all around. Scarlet gets good connection on the drones, but then Silky gets good connection on Scarlet's lings to clean this up. Scarlet does manage to target down a few injured lings. And so, well done, Scarlet. She gets the hatchery, gets the 4 drones. She retains the speed, whereas Silky does not have the speed, and she throws up her hatchery. So this game looks like it will stabilize a little bit. Silky now has the choice whether he's going to try and push on counter-aggression, or whether he's just going to try and macro up out of this. And honestly, Silky does still have an income advantage, I believe, this game. Yes, he does. Because Scarlet got damage done, but not enough. Those Baneling connections in the mineral line of Silky were actually huge to prevent further drones going down. Scarlet's Overlord is under fire from these queens, however Silky's got Banelings to zone out the lings that are trying to counter those queens. Overlord will get away, though. A lair is on the way for Silky. Roach Warren now on the way for Silky too, so potentially going into those roaches. Scarlet's just getting up her natural base. She's gone up in drones, so she's actually at an okay number for that, but if Silky just commits to something like a Nidus from now, and Scarlet, say, decides to go up to a 3rd base, or Scarlet decides to go up to, I'd say, any more drones than she's just built, she could actually just die to a very quick Nidus. So I'd actually really like this choice from Silky to just go for a Nidus here. Scarlet, having to rebuild her economy, took her a little bit longer, and so she could be vulnerable to this. She's getting up a lair. She hasn't started up her own Roach Warren. Oh, Baneling connection from Silky. Actually able to kill off those lings of Scarlet. And there we go. Nidus on the way. Roach Warren on the way. This is going to be very problematic for Scarlet, and I think she might actually just die to this. Overlord does get picked off, so Silky does lose one of those units that we're going to call in the Nidus, but there's this other Overlord to the north of Scarlet's base. Scarlet has her Roach Warren on the way now, but this is just too late. Unless by some miracle she gets her lings and all of her queens on that, she will just die. I think Scarlet's just dead here, guys. The unit count, it's not a high roach count for Silky, but Scarlet has no detection on this. Scarlet has no idea. And so I think she's just going to have to GG out the second that this hits. There's nothing you can do here. Scarlet's gone up to 42 drones against Silky on 22. There's that Nidus sound, and I think Scarlet probably knows that she is dead. There's not a ton of roaches for Silky, but there's definitely more than Scarlet has. Scarlet actually cancels her drones, but she's going to be losing a lot to this. And I think her drones have just got to run. She's throwing up spines, which I guess is the best of bad options. She's going to need more than 2 spines. She's firing up her own roaches, but it's still going to be a very, very tough hold to make happen. Her roaches should be popping out soon, but look at this. Silky's reinforcements coming in. That should be more than enough to defend this. Drone's being pulled. The spine's not finished to help out. Scarlet's got her few roaches putting out damage. She does drop a transfuse on her roach to keep that going, but Silky looks like he's just got too much. Scarlet going to be falling here to the counter Nidus, and I think that this was just Scarlet being a little bit too greedy. She was greedy in the last game and it worked out. She wasn't greedy. She was too greedy in this game. And so Silky gonna tie up the series 1-1. GG. Michael saying, I'm gonna go to bed. Or it's 3:23. Maybe I should go to bed. It depends if you go to... If you go to sleep early or not. I'm never asleep at 3:23 a.m. because I'm always working. All right. If Silky took down Scarlet, that would be quite an upset. Alright, there's our invite, jumping into it. And we'll see who's gonna take this. Okay. Here we are in this best of 3. It is tied 1-1. In the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have got Scarlet. And in the top right-hand side of the map, it is Silky. Silky gonna be returning the favor to Scarlet with a very early pool. I like it. I dig it. Yeah, aggression seems to work well against Scarlet, as she can be pretty greedy at times. Okay. Silky banking up quite a few minerals. Gonna be able to start those lings right at the same time. And oh, 2 drones moving out. So Silky gonna be going for the spine crawler shenanigans plus ling rush. There might even be a total drone pull later on. Maybe a little bit before or after. Alright. So the drones, I'm not sure if they were spotted by Scarlet, but Scarlet is gonna know soon enough that all these drones are coming her way, and now she's gonna have to react to this. I'm not sure what the correct answer is here as the Zerg, or as the Zerg on the receiving end of this. Silky comes in with these drones, gonna be building up spine crawlers. Scarlet, I'm not sure if she actually identified this. Yes, she did. So now her drones are moving down the ramp. They're looking to block and fight on the ramp while other drones target down the spines, but this is going to be a lot of damage that Scarlet's taken. She's got to hold on. One of the spines was canceled, which is good. Her ling should be popping out soon, but one of these spines is going to get up, and that's actually going to be a huge disaster for Scarlet. She can try and get back to mining, try and pop out her own lings. Her drones are trying to force this around. She's actually going to target down this spine, hopefully get it before this finishes up. It has finished, though. It now has its armor. Looks like Scarlet will be able to take it down with her drones, but she's all of a sudden losing a lot. Is she going to have enough units to hold on? It's going to be close. She's got her lings popping out now. She's engaging Silky's units. It's just a handful of units versus a handful of units. The spine is done for Silky, getting big shots off. Scarlet's got a few drones, but she taps out as Silky is able to take the series 2-1 against Scarlet. Wow. Wow, what a match, GG. Silky, able to take it. Okay. Yeah, what a game. Well played. Take care, Michael. Have a good evening. Madagon, you're a student, so I have lectures. Yeah, I got some lectures to do too, but I also got to cast some Starcraft. That was quite a match. Yeah, I decided to jump in Creed against Solar for this match. Sorry, I was just responding to like a TL message there. Because Creed and Solar have Solar has played Terrans that are more mechy in the past, and I think Creed is one of those players. It's something about Solar taking on Russian players who mech that I have seen a few times that I've really enjoyed. And so I thought, alright, let's do it. Creed is 6,300 MMR on Europe, so no slouch. I think Solar's the favorite. Both players are playing at odd times, I'd say. But yeah, should be a good match. Anyway, in the bottom left-hand side of the map, it is Solar. And in the top right-hand side of the map, it is Creed. I haven't seen too much of Creed play, but I know he's had some alright results in the past. Like, he didn't qualify, and he's been around a long time. So he's been at a high level. 2012, he had his first result. Apparently, he also casts, too. So, a man of many talents. Yeah, and he didn't qualify, but he apparently did alright in the qualifiers. Yeah, so I'm excited to see Creed play. Matagon saying, I finally beat my friend who's a Diamond 1 toss and I'm a Diamond 3 Terran. That's not an easy hill to climb, in my opinion. Beating a Protoss player as a Terran that you're below. Yeah, well done. But then again, of course, beating anyone who's above you is always a challenge. Here we see an SCV moving in for Creed. Scouting out Solar, making sure there's nothing cheeky going on. And I do wonder what playstyle Creed is going to do. Whether he'll mech, what sort of style. And I'm actually going to check. Who did Creed beat to get here? So Creed beat Jim Rising 2-1. Jim Rising, a good Zerg player. Not quite Solar's caliber, but should be good to see. The Reaper comes in, gonna be shooting away on these Lingy boys. Microing against those Lings, doing a good job. Queen pops out for Solar, that'll end that though. Creed has gone double gas, so some kind of tech will be coming down. So a starport right away. And yeah, we shall see if Creed is actually we shall see if Creed is going to be able to do anything against Solar. Maybe do something a little bit unique. Personally, I'm down for a double battle cruiser rush or something crazy like that. Anon saying, what league are these matchups? At this point, I'm pretty sure every match is well into Grandmaster League. Like, Solar, if you don't know, is like, he is a Premier Tournament Championship winner. So he's won a good chunk of change playing Starcraft. And then, Creed, he's high on the European ladder, which is no small feat. And there we go, a battle cruiser rush potentially coming out here. Most likely BCs. Did actually see advanced ballistics the other day, but it's pretty much always BCs. Hellion zone on the map for Creed. Gonna be looking for some creep tumors. Gets one. Can he get the second? That would be nice, and he does. So that's really good for him. Ryan has left the game. Farewell, friend. Spire is on the way here for Solar. Baneling Nest on the way. He's got an Overseer popping out for Solar, so he's going to be getting his scout off. Realize that a BC rush will be coming his way. Now, Creed has actually scouted out with his Reaper, but he did not see the Spire. So he doesn't know that he's kind of going Battlecruiser rush into Battlecruiser rush counter. Marines are going to try and gun down this Overseer, but Overseer's decently quick. Shouldn't die. The BC has been spotted. Solar sees the third base, and yeah, pretty normal battlecruiser rush opening. I'm not sure that Creed wants to just TP this BC into Solar's base due to the speed of the Spire, but of course he doesn't know that. So there's a chance this BC just TPs in, dies, and then Solar, say, throws up a Roach Horn and just goes for like a big attack. We'll see. That's honestly, I think, a thing that Zergs do that are very strong against battlecruiser rushes. Looks like Creed's just gonna go for it though with his mass amounts of Hellions, but oh, not a good run by at all. Accidentally targeting the hatchery for a second. All of his Hellions are gonna die. That is very, very poor. The battlecruiser is just moving across the map, but yeah, those Hellions just not cutting it. Oh my gosh, that was terrible. That was 10 Hellions for 12 Lings. That's not good, guys. That's not good at all. Pig has left the game. I wonder why that is. I wonder if there's like another big match starting or something. But, anyway, we'll stick with this one. The BC doing what it can, but oh yeah, this is not looking good for Creed. He did at least keep the teleport, so the BC can escape, but getting very minimal damage. Solar did miss micro, loses one Muta. BC teleports out, but still, this is going to be very, very rough for Creed. The BC's got to be healed up. We see mines on the way. The Hellions running out, trying to do what they can, but yeah, this ain't good at all. Lings run into the main base. There's an extra BC out, but there was never any Yamato cannon research, so the battlecruisers can't even get the guaranteed kill on the Mutas. Three drones dead to that Hellion attack. We see a couple of Thors on the way for Creed. Solar is having the time of his life. He's having a good time. He's having a ball. This battlecruiser flying away from the Mutas, but the Muta count's getting really high, so the BC not going to get a lot done. It's going to have to teleport out now, and it does, but I don't like how Creed honestly went for, oh, nice Widowmine hit on the Mutas. Another Widowmine going to hit. Yeah, I don't like how Creed went, another Widowmine hit, by the way. I don't like how Creed went for 2 BCs, but went without Yamato. I think it's worth it when you have over 1 BC. Ling's heading towards the natural base. Gonna be getting some damage done. SCVs have to run away. Creed's hanging in there. He's surviving. He says, I will survive. Thor helping zone out those Mutas too, so Solar losing a few of those. Not getting the most work done, but he has killed off 10 SCVs. Creed, he's only on 3 bases. If he had a 4th CC up right now, I'd say, okay, he's got potential to take this into the late game. But it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard, that's for sure. He's got to hold on. He's got a 4th base up. Or Solar's got a 4th base up. There's the Yamato cannon on the way now, but it's kind of late, if you ask me. BC is doing what they can against the Mutas. That one's got to teleport out. This one may as well just teleport out right now. It did kill off one. Okay. 8 Mutas have gone down this game. The BC is staying alive. There's a lot of mines out. The Thors are out. Solar is just making more Mutas. And I will say that that is one way to throw a game against Mech, just making Mutas and Lings. Oh, Widowmine almost gets a hit off on that Muta. Solar needs an Overseer. BCs need to be repaired before they engage those Mutas again. Depots need to be lowered, or those Thors will just endlessly go the long way around. Lings heading towards the 3rd base. A lot of Lings heading towards the 3rd base. Thors will do what they can against the Lings, which is, there's not that many Lings. Muta's coming on in, taking shots from the Thors. That's good for Creed. And he is starting to build up in that army supply, whereas Solar is just making those Lings, Banes, and Mutas, which won't trade too efficiently against his composition. I do want to see those BCs get repaired up. Like, please repair those up all the way. You don't want to lose a BC for nothing. Banelings roll on in. The Muta is now going to be heading towards the main base. The Thor is about to pop out in the main, which could help with this. Creed hasn't sniffed this out, though. He does have Yamato for the BCs, so he will be able to get 3 guaranteed kills with them on the mutas. Well, looks like a Widowmine did hit the much, but Thor is about to pop out. Does that Thor turn around and target this? Hits the muta clump. Yeah, will send them packing. Now has the +1 to deal a little bit extra damage. Solar doing a great job microing these mutas, though. He's got a huge block at this point. The Thor going to be in trouble as the muta's magic box gets a couple of volleys off, kills about 2 mutas, so at least getting something for its troubles. And now the mutas head towards the natural. Creed is out on the map with his battle cruisers. I understand the desire to do that, but I'm not sure it's going to work out for him. He's got a 4th base that's going to be cancelled, forced to lift off. The armory is getting shut down, so +2 attack actually gets denied. The BCs are out on the map, but there's more mutas for Solar. Yamato's getting dumped, but the BCs aren't teleporting away. One has gone down. Creed does keep those others alive, but he knows it's over. GG. Solar forces Creed to tap out after killing 41 SCVs. And the crowd keeps getting thinner. But Creed not out just yet. Nina 2-0'd Bly. Wow, Nina is playing really well lately. Maybe I should have jumped into Nina versus Clem. Just due to Nina's results. Special 2-0'd Future, not a big surprise there. If you guys are watching this stream, yeah. If you are watching but you aren't a subscriber to the YouTube channel, please go ahead and subscribe. Slap that like button while you're at it. And it will encourage me to cast as many of these as I can. Here we are in the bottom right-hand side. It is Creed. And in the top left-hand, we have got Solar. Alright, Creed going for the tried and true. That didn't work out. I'm gonna proxy barracks you. Here's a question. Does anyone else watch other YouTube live streams that have ads on them? I've got ads turned off on this right now. I don't want to bomb the heck out of you guys with ads. And YouTube has been doing that a ton lately. So, yeah, I was wondering if you guys watch live streams, like, if there is ads, is there a ton of them? Is there too many? Because I don't think you have the choice, like, to run an ad on this. I think YouTube just does it automatically. That is the question. Alright, so Creed, he's going for this proxy barracks. Marines on the way. Gonna be trying to cheese Solar. Solar has no idea this is coming. Although, soon enough he will, once his Overlord crosses the threshold of the door. And then all of a sudden, Creed's gonna say, y'all like Marines? And Solar will say, no! As, Creed's should be moving out with this now. Seeing as how Solar's Overlord is now at the point which he has identified that this is not what it seems. Solar should be panicking. He's got a spine building. Creed's coming in with quite a punch, seeing as how he's already got 6 Marines, 3 SCVs with this. Solar's going to abandon ship, but bunkers can't get up here. And so Creed's got to go a decent ways with this, I feel like. He's got to get something done. But I feel like, is just killing the natural enough to justify this? I kind of doubt it. SCV is working away on the hatchery. Yeah, the hatchery is gonna die. I guess Creed's just gotta go home. Like, this was a guaranteed kill on the natural base. Whether that was enough, I'm unsure. I think if you're Solar, you honestly just knight us, right? Or something like that. Creed cannot go up this ramp. He's gotta go home. He's gotta cut marine production, lift those barracks off. Get up a factory. Right away. And then just play the game up from there. Yeah, Solar hasn't started up a lair, so if he does go for an attack, it is just going to be like roaches slowly moving across the map. There's a lot of speedlings. I don't think these marines will hold this bunker. And so, with a couple of good corrosive biles, this bunker will fall. The marines can do alright damage against the lings. But Creed right now should be saying, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. And I think he's just got to try and rush to a starport or something, right? Since he's got no marines at home. Actually, he does have 3 out on the map. Killing this overlord's actually going to be a big deal. Solar's not feeling confident enough to break this location. Now he's going to go for it. These marines doing what they can against this. The bunker will fall, and this is going to allow Solar to bust out. However, Creed does have 3 marines out on the map, so he will have a bunker on the high ground to prevent counterattacks. He's even going to have his marines at home so he can start making more units. And he does elect to throw up another bunker. He's got a CC building in his main. I'm not sure if Creed's in a bad spot or not. I think he's actually in an okay spot. It's going to be tough for him to secure up his natural. He's going to make a cyclone, interestingly enough. I'd say maybe a tank would be the better choice. Just get a tank out, then start making banshees. But Solar's natural base is so delayed that you gotta question, like, was this really enough? Alright, the Ravagers, only 2 of them. I'm gonna start working on this wall. I guess the Cyclone is to help repel those. And so Solar is gonna try and push. Cyclone gets a lock on one of the Ravagers, though, that's good. We see Stim Pack is on the way. Banshee would be starting for Creed. I do like the choice to go into Stim. Like, this is going to be a rather quick Stim for the Terran. Alright, Pneumatized Carapace is on the way for Solar. He's investing this to scout. But is this gonna be timely enough? Like, that'll hit, the Overlord will hit a little bit before Stim's done. Creed's gonna have a decent army by then. Yeah, decent army with Stim, or what should have Stim. Sparix is still floating around. eBay is on the way. Creed's now moving out, gonna be securing up his natural. And the game's gonna go on. Creed will be playing Bio against Solar. Supply-wise, it does look like Solar's doing pretty good, squeezing out the drones. He has had a lot of time to be unharassed. Creed's got an okay army supply. Once it has Stim, it'll look a little better. Once it has 2 medivacs with it, it'll look a lot better. I think Solar is gonna be looking pretty good here, though. It's tough to say. But it's looking alright. Barracks is flying over. Over and over and over. Solar's natural base. The scouting barracks strikes again. Creed is just going to be pumping out Marines, it looks like. He's got combat shield on the way. He's got a tank on the way. I'm not sure what his plan should be. Should it just be for like a big 2-base timing? But the problem is Solar's going to be on such an economy that like he can just make so much. You can't leave a Zerg unharassed for this long, I feel. Alright. +1 is on the way for Creed. Combat shield glial reconstitution. Solar just making a lot of roaches. There we go, 1-1 on the way, and yeah, he's gonna be able to make exactly that, a lot of roaches. He's gonna have enough roaches or lings, I feel, to defend this drop. 12 roaches, yeah, enough to defend a double medivac drop, unless Creed gets it off somewhere that Solar's not paying attention. These medivacs are probably gonna fly in sight of these lings, though. Maybe, maybe not. If this drop can get off in the main without being scouted, that would be good, but Solar does have overlords in position. Creed doesn't have a third base. I think he feels pressured to make an attack happen. He's going to be able to grab this Overlord, maybe get a bit of creep. Looks like he will get that, but the problem is there's all these Roaches and Ravagers. Solar's got 1-1 on the way for these units, too. And at some point, it's just going to be like Solar's at 200-200. Creed will be at like 140-ish supply. And then I think we all know what happens there. Okay. Third CC does start up for Creed. I guess it makes sense, since Solar is just committing so hard to this Roach composition that you're like, oh, I can't push into you. So I guess I'll just macro up and try and hold on. And I guess that's really the only choice Creed has, just make a ton of tanks, a ton of Marines. Wait for Solar's big attack, hopefully hold on. And pray. Seeing as how Creed doesn't have a third base on position to defend right now, he can probably defend his natural. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible. Solar's getting up his fourth base, but yeah, there's no way Solar's just going to sit back here. Maybe he'll fire up his 2-2. Go for an attack, transition out if he needs to, but I think he's feeling pretty confident to make this attack happen. Solar's leaving units at home to defend against this drop, knowing that that's probably what Creed's doing. Creed's coming forward with these Marines. He is going to right-click down that hatch. He does actually kill it, which is a nice move. This big Roach army has been spotted. Creed doesn't have his third base up yet, though, so that is, in a sense, his saving grace. The Solar will not be able to punish him. Marines picking off an Overlord, so the drop of Creed being very active. He's got a very healthy siege tank count. Very, very healthy. Tank's starting to get shots off on Solar's army. In comes Solar, though. Creed's got his bio stim, and this is a lot of Marines doing what they can, but the problem is these 3 tanks at the back are not firing. There we go. Now they're starting to shell into this Zerg army, and I think that Creed may be able to hold on, but as soon as he's out of the tank range, I get a little bit concerned for him. But yeah, he is actually going to push Solar back. He's going to get on top of these Ravagers, and he's actually going to pick off most of the Ravagers, so not a bad trade at all from Creed. Solar's got a few Roaches out, but yeah, Creed sends Solar packing and takes a very, very good trade. The Banshee's still alive for Creed, and if we do take a look, Solar didn't actually get up his 4th base. Like, so it's kind of, in a sense, 3 base against 3 base. 3 base Terran making bio against 3 base Zerg making Roaches. It's not bad for the Terran. Creed's moving out on the map. I think he's being very cautious. Like, did that fight really just go that well? So he's going to move on to creep, start cleaning some of this up. Solar's got to be very careful with this force. He sees the tank getting sieged up, and okay, Creed is deciding to bring everything. He's deciding to go big or go home. He's got to be careful not to get swallowed up by this Zerg force, as he unsieges all of his tanks, too. Oh my gosh. That's such a risky move. Creed loads up into his medivac. I'm not sure where he's going. He's just going home in style. Making more Marines, making more tanks. This will change, though, because Solar is going to be able to remax. He's going to be able to have his 2-2. And I doubt he's going to take a fight that poorly again. I'd be surprised if he did. And so, yeah, we see Solar throwing up a Baneling Nest. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Infestation Pit. Maybe a 5th base starts soon. As I think Solar's going to realize that he's got to get something going for him, because he's not going to be able to make a big attack happen. So yeah, just a very saturated up 4th base. Double medivac drop moving out on the map. Creed's starting to move out with quite a bit of his force. There is a Burrowed Roach attack coming in, though. This is gonna really complicate life for Creed. He's got no turrets, he's got energy to scan, but once these roaches get in every base, it's not gonna be easy for him. These Marines are gonna engage these roaches, but this is 2-2 roaches at a good concave against these Marines. The Marines have got to retreat, but they're not retreating. Creed's trying to focus in multiple areas, but then there's roaches burrowed under his natural, and so he's been taking this fight against the roaches, but it's not going to go well for him. Loses all those Marines. He does micro alright at his drop. Solar hasn't unburrowed these roaches yet. Creed's actually seen the burrow, so he throws up a turret, but the problem is the roaches are already in his base. Solar waiting for the perfect opportunity to unburrow these roaches. I guess when Creed goes for a big move out, perhaps. Creed running away with his Marines. Hanging out at the top of his ramp. He's got no idea there's roaches burrowed in his base. And Solar is just waiting for the perfect opportunity as this game continues on. What a game between these two. Alright, Creed moving out, and this is what we were concerned about. These roaches just unburrowing in his base, giving him a world of hurt. And there we go, Solar pulls the trigger, realizing that Creed's moving out. All of a sudden, Creed not going to be paying full attention to either location. As Solar crashes in, he's got Banelings getting huge connections on the Marines, and all of a sudden, Creed's army is going to fold, and what was looking like an alright game for Creed just ends in a second with the push of a domino. Really, although there was just like 2 dominoes, just Creed getting distracted and a bunch of Banelings rolling into his base. So well played by Solar, able to make that happen. And we will continue on in this tournament. As we take a look, Nina and Clem still going on. Goblin will actually play versus the winner of Solar. And I guess we'll cast that. Goblin versus Solar should be good. All right. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. It's been fun casting this. The viewer count's steadily rising, so great to see you guys enjoying this. If you do enjoy it, slap the like button. It's free. A great way to support the stream. All right. Yeah, if you do want to hang out, join the Discord. We got a nice community there. I gotta say, a pretty dank Discord community. Like, we got like 150 people in it, which is actually kind of crazy. Well played by Creed, by the way. Okay. Goblin versus Solar. Wait, what? Nina just 2-0'd Clem. Jesus, cheese and rice. Nina is playing out of her mind lately. That is mental. Wow. How did Nina do in America? She came like 4th place, right? Yeah, pretty decent. Beat M Canning. Did really well in her group. Yeah, Nina's doing really well. That's exciting to see. That is exciting to see. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to keep streaming this. There's a lot of good casters who will be finishing up the tournament, and I do have other things to do. So this might be my last series. So I think I'm going to kill it like it's my last series. And then I gotta eat, gotta get ready for work, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so here we are in the top right-hand side of the map. It is a Goblin. And in the bottom left-hand side, it is Solar. 2 incredible players. Some of the Europeans have been getting knocked out at this point. But Goblin is hanging in there. And we'll see if he's able to keep this run going. Like, NA biting back. NA biting back. So, wow, that's actually crazy. That Nina, the winner of this goes on to play Nina. Nina beat Bly. Pig. Clem. Ooh, that's bananas. 61 people watching, thanks so much. Hello, Compassion TDT. All right, so let's take a look. What's on the production tab? What's going? I think this will be the last time I'm going to say it for today. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, join the Discord, which is linked down below. And if you do want to support the channel here on YouTube, I don't have Twitch subs, but I do have yeah, I don't have Twitch subs, but I do have the YouTube membership program, which is basically the equivalent. You guys can get various perks for doing that. But yeah. All right. Let's take a look. Solar. Overlord scouting. Having to deal with Goblin's pesky probe. All right. Nexus on the way for Goblin. Yeah, I know it's late for Clem. I know that he's played in other tournaments. I know that it's on the American server, but still, that is a great result for Nina. Alright, Twilight Council on the way for Goblin. Both these players meeting on the American server. For Solar, it would be pretty early, or I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it would be pretty darn late for him. Yeah. And then for Goblin, it's pretty darn late. Crazy late. And so, both these guys probably a little bit tired. But we'll see how well they're playing. We see a Robo go up for Goblin, and oh my god. I don't know if you guys have watched Goblin on my channel lately. He played against Bly, and he played against a Laser, and he just made mass blink stalkers each time. And I get the feeling that that's what we're going to be seeing here today. From Goblin. Just a bunch of blink stalkers. Just a huge amount. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I am A-okay with that. And I know that the Europeans are probably wised up to Goblin shenanigans, but whether Solar's prepared for just a ridiculous amount of Blink Stalkers, 5 gates, going up to 6 gates. All the gateways. There's the Prism on the way. Blink's on the way. And the pressure is going to start mounting on Solar real quick. Okay. Roach Warren on the way now for Solar. That's the main tool you need to defend against this kind of thing. We'll see if he's going to be making the right amount of units. He starts up a Spine, starts up a bunch of Lings. He hasn't fired up a Lair. He's got a Spore in his main, so he's a little unsure of what he's going to be facing. He's attacking this wall. The Adeptal Shade behind the wall. A couple of Stalkers warping in. The Stalkers, I think, will give this away. The fact that they warped in. But, yeah, let's take a look. Can Goblin get much done? He's going to have to blink those Stalkers over the wall. And then just start putting the pressure on his opponent with them. Those Stalkers do avoid that Ling, it looked like. It's close. Alright, this Adept working away on these Lings that's going for a counterattack, but at the same time Goblin moves in. He's going to be able to target down that Spine pretty quickly. Good transfuse on Queen keeps it alive. These Stalkers are going to need to blink away, and they do, but uh-oh, now they're in trouble. Underneath this Warp Prism, they are surrounded by a ton of Lings. This could actually just be going very south for Goblin as he retreats. Solar's actually bringing his Lings from the wall to ensure a full surround. Good blink by Goblin. Recalls, he blinks, then he recalls and lifts what he can't into his Prism. And now he's just going to be on the defensive, but make no mistake, Goblin is not done here. He's going to keep just making more and more Blink Stalkers. He goes for a mad Blink forward. Shield Battery overcharge, though, keeping these Stalkers alive. Prism can pick up the injured ones, taking a great fight against those Lings. The Stalkers now making it over that wall. Great ballsy play from Goblin, using a Shield Battery overcharge, warping in more Stalkers. And now just going to be putting more pressure on his opponent. Goblin figured he'd lose his Cyber Core, so he already started a backup one. And now he's stepping out onto the map, and Solar thinks the rush is done. He just fired up 11 drones, and Goblin's coming across the map with a fury. With all of his Blink Stalkers, 19 Blink Stalkers. In all, there's going to be the Prism to help reinforce this, and this is not going to be an easy task for the Zerg player to hold on. Solar does not have a ton. He's got a bunch of Lings moving across the map, going for a counterattack, but these Stalkers, they're going to put the pressure on. I don't know if Solar's looking for a third base, but he realizes the intensity, the ferocity of this attack. And the Goblin, he's going to have to be careful about these Lings now. But that doesn't mean that Solar is just going to be able to shut this down super easily. Eventually, Blink Stalkers reach a point in mass, which they actually just are good against Lings, because the Lings can't get surface area on so many Stalkers. And the Stalkers can just blink back indefinitely. Alright, Solar making as many units as he can, Goblin making as many Stalkers as he can. This is deja vu. This is something that Goblin does all the time. He's just a Blink Stalker memer. And I haven't seen it work yet. This game, I think he's had potential, but he hasn't even poked in at all against Solar. Now he's starting to move forward, looking for what he can get. This is going to make Solar pull the trigger. The Stalkers are microing back. Goblin's going to potentially get surrounded by all these Lings, but there might actually just be enough Stalkers. Goblin's got to blink away, but it does look like these Lings are actually dividing and conquering these Stalkers, and so Goblin's going to take big losses. And this looks really, really bad here for Goblin. His Stalker count's just dwindled. Solar has been trading out super effectively with the Lings. Goblin's trying to save every single Stalker that he can, but he just didn't have critical mass. Solar's made the right unit composition to deal with this. There's no third for Goblin. He's half the supply of Solar. And Solar is a Zerg with such ferocity that he's not just going to let this one slide. He's not just going to pull back, I don't think. I think he's actually going to go for the kill. Battery overcharge being used. Krosabal's going down, going to pop that off. The Lings and Ravagers can spill forward. Krosabal's going to break the force fields that Goblin called in. But yeah, I think Solar's in a fantastic spot, even if Goblin holds on here. A Forge, a Robo gets thrown up for Goblin. He's making the Disruptor transition, but guys, I've cast Goblin doing this twice on my channel, and it hasn't worked out. This is not a position that I think this composition can get you a win from. Corrosive Vile's going down in mass. Solar just thinking of charging forward. He's going to Corrosive Vile down the Cybercore. One more volley and that'll fall. No more Stalkers for Goblin then. That Cybercore is almost gone. Goblin's microing as well as he can. He's got another Cybercore building since he knows he's losing his critical one. Yeah. Solar's not feeling confident enough to just push on in. He's gonna lose a Ravager or a Roach or two, but guys, I'm pretty sure Goblin's dead here. Not to mince words. We see a Disruptor is now on the way for Goblin, the supposed comeback unit. But whether you can come back from this position, I really do have my doubts. Solar is going to have his +1. Goblin's just got his Stalkers. The Zerg player's on a much superior economy. Like, yeah, this just ain't going to work out. We now see Banelings starting to be added for Solar. Goblin's got a Prism, he can look for some damage with that. Ling counterattack from Solar moving in. Goblin's gonna have a Disruptor get surrounded, he should recall that to save it. He's gonna toss out the Nova to zone away from it. There we go, now he recalls it to try and keep it alive. It'll recall to the natural, but it will not make it in time. So he loses a Disruptor, one of his supposed comeback units. He's gonna have another Disruptor popping out, but Solar is gonna have 21 Banelings on top of his already 21 Banelings, make that 31 Banelings on top of his. And I don't know if you guys can do math, but that's gonna make 52 Banelings. Goblin's in so much trouble, he's so dead. Does a Nova go out? Doesn't really matter, there's so many Banes. Oh my god, look at this. Goblin's army just disappears. GG gets called. Solar able to take the game. All right, Nicola Binney says, "Laughing Games, who are you? A diamond player?" No, I'm Laughing Games, and I'm a Masters Terran and Protoss. Here we are in the bottom left. We have got Goblin. He's got to cut it out with that Blink Stalker crap. I don't see it work ever. And in the top right, we have got Solar. Like, I guess if you're unsure of what build to do, but, yeah. Like, I guess try the Blink Stalker thing, but don't expect it to work. Maybe he needs a better transition. Maybe he needed to poke more. Like, he was kind of just sitting outside his opponent's base, waiting for what, I do not know. Okay. We have got a spawning pool on the way for solar. After his hatchery, of course. Normal opening for Goblin. We'll see what he's going to do. Goblin is a player that sometimes shows such a brilliance. But sometimes brilliance isn't all that you need. Alright, we see Cybercore on the way here. Solar's making Lings, making an Overlord. Nothing out of the usual, but Goblin is making a Zealot, interestingly enough. I don't know if this is out of fear or something. Like, I mean, he scouted the pool timing. He sees the couple of Lings coming his way. Is he gonna cancel this Zealot or let it finish? He lets it finish. Could an Adept not deal with this? Am I mistaken or something? Like, chrono boosting out the Adept at this point? The 2 Lings get in. But it's just 2 Lings. Goblin's got a Zealot in his wall. He's now got a Stargate in his wall. This is really odd play from Goblin. Loses a probe to the Lings. That's no good. Stalker kills off one of the Lings. Extra gas gets thrown down. What's the Stargate gonna be for? I feel like it's gotta be for a Void Ray or a Phoenix. I know Goblin's a Phoenix guy, because you can't have this Overlord just lurking over you. We have been live for 3.5 hours. Thanks so much to everyone who's been joining us for this. I know that, yeah, these streams are not at the most ideal time for most viewers. Hopefully at some point I'll be able to start doing the European Cup, depending on my work life schedule. Stalker working away on that Overlord. Void Ray now gonna help gun it down. Second Stargate on the way for Goblin. There we go. Now we have it. And one Void Ray is out, another's on the way. Goblin is just going to be going for the multiple Void Ray play. This is honestly something that I try when I play Protoss, but Goblin is a guy who's apparently pretty darn good at it. And we'll see how well Solar's going to deal with it. Looks like Goblin wants to get up his 3rd base, perhaps? Over there's a Ling already waiting there. Multiple Lings coming on in. The Void Ray will help out. But the Zealot will actually survive. Overlord for Solar is inching into the top left. This could get a very critical scout on the count of the Void Rays. Right now, Solar's a little bit unsure, I believe, but now he's got +1 on the way. Like, the Void Ray count has been revealed. Goblin's gonna, or Solar's gonna have this Overlord come on in, though. It will see the extra Stargate. We'll see more Void Rays building. He's making Hydras, though, so I'm not really sure what he's got to worry about. Personally, in my ladder games, I make Void Rays. The Zerg makes Hydras. The Zerg attacks with Hydras. I die. So I'm not sure what part of the equation Goblin has that I don't have. He's getting up a Twilight Council, which is okay, but the problem is Hydras are already building. And if Solar just doesn't make another drone and then he just attacks with Hydras, like, I think it works out pretty good for the Zerg player. Like, what is Goblin gonna have to defend against this? He doesn't have a forge, so he can't make cannons to help out. He'll be able to make shield batteries, yes. Like, maybe his plan is just to try and pull Solar back so many times that eventually he'll have time to build up a big enough army, but there's 5 queens here. They're all gonna have transfuse. Microing back the injured Void Ray is a nice trick from Goblin. Picks off one queen, but the problem is the Hydras are gonna start moving across the map. And if the Voids don't get enough done in time, then we have a dead Goblin. Injured Void Ray as well being pushed back from the queens. There's all these Hydras out on the map. Voids are doing what they can. I'm not sure if Goblin's gonna send the remainder of these across the map. And then it'll basically force Solar to play with an amount of Hydras that... Or Solar will need more of a counter than just the queens in his main, is what I'm saying. These Voids are actually going to go ahead and find the queens. They can definitely engage this. There's enough Voids here to start working away on those queens. This is actually really good for Goblin. 3 queens dead. Oh, he's got to get away now, though. Hydra's starting to get underneath this. Goblin loses a Void or 2, and Hydras are pretty quick. The Void Rays are fast, yes, but they're not that quick. So if Hydras get on top, get near the Voids, they can pick off a few before the Voids get out generally. And now we have to see Goblin make a hold happen. But all of a sudden, he's got 9 Voids against 31 Hydras. It doesn't matter if there's a battery overcharge. He's going to have some Adepts with Resonating Blades in a second, but that's not going to be enough. Where's the battery overcharge? There it is, now to help out. The Adepts are doing what they can. It's all or nothing here for Goblin. If he loses this, he's out of the cup, but his Voids actually do seem to be doing all right. The shield battery overcharge healing them up as well as it can, but that has now ended. The Voids with their +1 are cutting through the Hydras rather well. Goblin's going to fly over his shield batteries that are on the high ground, keeping these Voids alive, dealing as much damage as they can to these Hydras as Solar just rallies out more and more. The Adepts getting picked off by the Hydras rather quickly, so they're not getting many of their high-value shots off. It's such a close hold here for Goblin. He's keeping his Void count at 11 against 23 Hydras. There may need to be a probe pull or something to help out. We see Solar rallying in Lings to try and get on top of the probes. The battery's healing up the Void Rays as much as they can. The Lings aren't actually going to help out Solar too much, though. And this is only like 10 Hydras here. 10 Hydras against 12 Voids. Is a lot more of the Hydras are in transition across the map. The Hydras, though, the problem is that they're just picking off the Void Rays too quickly, and they deal too much damage for Goblin to effectively micro these back. And now all of a sudden, his Void count has plummeted to 8, and Solar, I feel, has just got to keep making Hydras. He killed off 9 probes, but Goblin does hold on. He's still alive, and Solar was rather all in there at 57 probes, so maybe, but I still feel that Hydras are pretty good against this. That was well done by Goblin, retreating to the shield batteries rather elegantly. He lost how many Voids this game? 8 Voids to 44 Hydras. That's actually a pretty darn good ratio. And so Goblin stays alive for now. Flux Veins is on the way. This is going to let those Voids move speedy. They'll go from fast to faster. Cannon's on the way as well for Goblin. He's got all those shield batteries to help out. He's looking to get up a 4th base, whereas Solar's looking to get up an Infestation Pit. Getting some Fungal, lock down the Void Rays. Fungal is very good against Void Rays. That being said, Voids can split against Fungal, and it's going to be a ways before that Pathogen Cleanse is done to let those Infestors have their high energy count. But yeah, all it does take is 1 good Fungal on the Voids. Goblin, though, I still think is in a pretty good position. The Hydras, though, are actually going to catch these Void Rays. And all of a sudden, that's 1 dead Void. Good reaction time by Goblin. Could have been much, much worse. And we do see Psystorm now on the way for Goblin. He's already getting up the Templar, and that is the magic composition. The Psystorm supporting the area army. Not so much the Void Rays in Psystorm, but more about the carriers in Psystorm, which Goblin's now getting into, along with his 4th base. So this is actually quite a good spot here for Goblin. There is now Hydra's going to be dealing with these Adepts, though. An Infestor pops out, tosses down a Fungal on the Adepts just to lock them down, allow them to be picked off a little bit quicker. The Voids are now going to be moving towards the main base, and this main could just be ransacked. Solar kind of overshot where he thought those Voids would be. Now they're in his main. He doesn't really have anything to help out. The Voids can get damaged. They can get out. They're going to cut the spawning cooldown and then just retreat. They don't actually get the lair like I maybe thought they could have. But we do see these Voids They're in the corner. Goblin actually just recalls, knowing that there's fungal about. Photon cannons getting up for Goblin to defend against counterattacks. We see Solar catching up in the supply, but Goblin's reaching that very efficient army. It's gonna just grow and grow and grow the more carriers there are. Alright. All of a sudden, in goes Solar, looking for a big attack. There is, however, plenty of High Templar with the ability to drop Psystorm. Fungals, though, kind of like Zerg Psystorm, maybe not quite as good, but hits some of those Void Rays, deals a lot of damage across them all, using a lot of the energy from those shield batteries. So with Battery Overcharge, it doesn't really matter. More Fungals being tossed down, but the Battery Overcharge is kind of just healing those units up as quickly as the Fungal deals damage. Most of the High Templar, if not all the High Templar, actually died, though. I'm not sure what happened there. Some are still in the main base with Psystorm, but yeah, Goblin realizes he can't hold on to this fourth base. Solar's attack looking pretty lethal. Is there another fungal on these Void Rays? All it's going to take is one or two more. The Zerg army really clumped up, though, eating some nasty Psystorms. The fungal did hit the Void Rays, but that's a lot of Psystorm softening up this army. The carriers have lost all their interceptors, though. Goblin lost his fourth base amidst this chaos, so his economy did get knocked back pretty hard. He retained the carriers, though, so they can rebuild their interceptors. That fourth base does get canceled yet again. So it's very tough to call this game right now, but I think Goblin retaining the carriers is enough. That the fact that he's already at 6, the fact that they're +2, means they're going to be a very lethal army. And I'm not sure what the Zerg player can really do against this when there's the Psystorm involved. The Hydras can do okay until the Psystorm's involved. Solar doing what he can, picking off the interceptors. He's got a few fungals, but that last fight didn't go well, and so this fight has no reason to go any better. Seeing as how there's simply more Protosses, Goblin supply shoots up. Solar's getting up a 5th base, hanging on in this game, but he's not on some crazy Zerg economy, which he can just bleed off units left, right, and center. He's getting up Neural Parasite, hoping for that play. This Protoss army is just so scary. I bet we'll even see Goblin get a mothership sooner rather than later. He is securing the space to the right-hand side, and Goblin is starting to get a little bit broke. I mean, his main base is starting to mine out, and that'll be gone in seconds here. His natural base, of course, just a minute or two behind that. And even his third base is starting to mine out. So Goblin really does need up this base in the right-hand side. However, it will be found by these Lings. And if those Lings get that base, yeah, Goblin already cancels it, knowing that he's in trouble. Hydra's moving forward, eating Psystorm, though. Fungal's going down on this Zerg army. A Fungal has hit the High Templars, really softening them up, but most of the Infestors were targeted down there. And the High Templar do stay alive thanks to those shield batteries. Goblin's trying to get up his 4th base. He's got a building on creep, which is not a good spot for the Zerg, or for the Protoss, pardon me. So Solar's hanging in this game. He really just needs one good fight, or he needs to delay this base a while longer. And then eventually it does become irrecoverable for the Protoss if you're constantly denied the 4th base. But if Goblin gets this up even for 2 minutes, then he's got new legs in this game all of a sudden. And we're starting to see the Zerg start to mine there, or the Protoss start to mine there. One thing that I would like to see, to be honest, is Solar try and get some Banelings in on this base. I mean, the creep is now being cleaned on up. But if some Banelings were able to roll in on this base, hit that mineral line, it would be absolutely huge. And now Goblin's all of a sudden going to be a little bit concerned. Banelings rolling forward, not able to connect with this High Templar. Good Psystorm's going down, but even if the Banes can hit the mineral line, that's huge. Neural Parasite going down on this Protoss army. The carrier's all of a sudden not fighting for the Protoss anymore, but if we do take a look, there is simply too much of a Protoss force that the Infestors get targeted down, the Interceptors dealing a ton of damage, and Solar's not able to take a great fight. All of his Hydras are going to die, and I think that's honestly going to be it. There's no way Solar comes back from this. GG gets called. Goblin ties up the series 2-1. GG. Goblin putting up a fight, fighting the good fight. And so he hangs on. All right. So we'll find out what game number 3 is going to be. That last match was a longer one. All right, loading into the next match. We're into the next lobby. Hello, Lazo. All right, here we are into the next match, and the final match of my stream for today. In the bottom left-hand side, we've got none other than Goblin. And in the top right-hand side, it's Solar. It's been a fun broadcast today. And that last game really delivered. I enjoy seeing late game PvZ, and I honestly think that's what Goblin's the best at. His Blink Stalker stuff don't cut it. He's got to make some carriers. He's got to make some Void Rays. He's got to mess with Solar's head as he bashes it against his keyboard. Because he's up so late, presumably. Or up so early. I'm honestly not sure what it is for Solar. Is he up early? Is he up late? Who knows? Alright. Let's take a look. So, Solar in the top right is just going to be going for a normal opening. That's no surprise. Goblin going for a normal opening. Oh, what's that war chest goal? That's the goal for members, and then I was going to get the war chest. That was when I was streaming more often, though. Alright, we see this drone working away on that probe. Doing a fancy pattern. Kind of drew a whale there, I think. See what I do? Kind of had the whale tail. Yeah, Goblin's opening in that last game was odd to me. The fact that he went for the Zealot right away, I guess just to hold the wall. I guess just to save the gas. Then he made a Stalker? I don't know. I'm not going to try and understand it. Goblin is one of those freestyle players. Here we take a look. There is Queens on the way for Solar. Metabolic boost on the way now as well, so Solar going to have that speed. He's mainly pulled out of gas, so no lair right away. Third base going to be popping up for Solar, and there's a Stargate from Goblin. That's what I like to see. Stargate as opposed to anything else from this guy. You were born for this, Goblin. That's what he's best at. Ling's moving towards the natural base. Oh, Solar just heading on home. There's the Void Ray on the way, and I bet Solar is gonna get a little bit tilted when he sees this. He's gonna be like, oh man, I gotta deal with this again. Oh, what's the best way? What's the best way? And the answer to that is unfound. Couple of pylons getting tossed up by Goblin. Void Ray's on the way. Moving on out, going doot, and oh, Goblin going into a Phoenix after this. So I like this change up. His Phoenix build up to a lethal amount faster than Void Rays do. So if a Zerg is expecting just say, a lot of Void Rays, and then all of a sudden 4 Phoenix show up, you can definitely get some damage done. Goblin elects to throw up a second Stargate too, so it might just be mass Phoenix, and yeah, it looks like it will be. And this is the Goblin stuff that I like to see. Now, he might have a hard time defending his natural base, or his third base, depending on how this works out, because he's actually got nothing in the wall. There we go, Stalker moving into the wall, cool. Last second. Phoenix count's growing. Solar doesn't really have a way to scout this, and as we see, Solar's barreling towards the lair. He did get up Spore Crawlers. The problem is, one Spore Crawler isn't actually that good against, say, 4 or 5 Phoenix. It takes a long time to kill the Phoenix because they're so tanky. Goblin's waiting for this one extra. Will he wait for 2 more? The answer to that looks like it's going to be a yes. He's also getting up his third base. And we see Solar, he's still playing it safe. He's getting up a Baneling Nest. He's not ruling out any possibility against Goblin, which I do like. But at the same time, he's not... he's got 6 queens. That's a decent amount. Now the Phoenix move out. That is now seen by Solar, so he throws up another Spore immediately. Solar has started up his +1. Phoenix fly in. Are they going to lift up the queen? No, they're not. They know there's more queens coming on in. Great deflection by Solar. Great deflection. +1 is on the way for Goblin. Those Adepts actually get found by the Lings. But Solar, I guess, wasn't paying attention to that. Void Ray will clean up this Overlord. Phoenix flying around for Goblin, doing their thing as Solar makes more Lings, knowing that Phoenix can't really lift those up. The Adepts are going to shade the Goblin, driving the drones from the third base, heading towards the natural with these Adepts. Going to be able to get a few kills, that's for sure. Drones being pulled into the fight, then pulled away. Solar doing the best that he can to try and micro against that. Phoenix still flying around. Going to be able to grab an Overlord. That's nice. Going to potentially be able to grab another Overlord. That is also nice. Maybe a few drones. Bing, bang, boom. +1 is now done for the Phoenix, so they pack way more of a wall. That's 1 dead queen, another dead queen. Do we have even more dead queens? The answer is yes, as Goblin just decides to lift up everything. That 1 injured queen does get dropped. Goblin's just going to choose to lift them all up again, though. Even though he's underneath his Spore Crawler right now, targeting down these queens, killing them off. Solar losing a lot of units here. That was a lot of dead queens. And now the Phoenix is going to be able to pick off more and more Overlords. All of a sudden, Goblin is getting a lot of value against Solar right now. And it looks like he could be moving to the quarterfinals of this EPT Cup. These Phoenix are going to be picking off just like all the Overlords. All the Overlords. Goblin getting a ton of damage done. He hasn't got the range upgrade for the Phoenix, and Pulse Crystals. And Pulse Crystals. But, and Solar is getting a bit of a counterattack off towards the third base, but there's been so much damage done by these Phoenix still. Solar just lost a ton of units. If he kills the third, I'll say that this should be alright for him, and it looks like he will be able to kill the third, so that's actually pretty darn good. But Solar, I mean, he lost 8 queens, lost 16 drones, 9 Overlords. The Phoenix still pretty much uncontested. Corruptors are on the way now, but these are +1 Phoenix, so they can actually do alright versus low numbers of Corruptors. The third base still being harassed. It'll take a lot for Goblin to clean up these Lings. Solar's maintaining a 60 drone economy. This will allow him to turn out a decent number of Corruptors, which is what he really needs. If he can get, say, like, simply 15 Corruptors, then there's a chance that Goblin, well, after killing one of those, might not be able to hold on with his carriers. And so we do need to see Goblin get up a 4th base. Third base gets cancelled. Goblin hanging on, but on a very low economy. The efficiency that these Phoenix have got is very, very high, as Goblin just keeps picking more units, more drones, more everything. Is he actually going to engage those Corruptors? Yeah, he gets one. Not bad. Will he get a second? Yes, he will. The +2, or the +1 on these Phoenix is working wonders. They've now got Anna and Pulse Crystals. They're going to have their +2 attack soon, and that'll actually be enough for Goblin just to keep rolling with these Phoenix, really. The 3rd Stargate goes down. Not that Goblin can, I'd say, afford to produce off it, but he's going to try. He's going to have that as an option. He's going to be building his carrier count to defend this 3rd base. And he's actually making another Phoenix, so wanting to keep that count high, or decently high. We take a look. Carriers working away on these Lings. They will clean them up decently quick. The Solar gonna lose those. The Phoenix keeping the Corruptors back at home. The concern does grow, though, for Goblin, who's had supply lead for the past little while. As the Corruptor count grows, like, you can make Phoenix all day, but the Zerg's Corruptor count will simply grow too quick for you to deal to manage with Phoenix. Now all of a sudden we see these Phoenix, they gotta run away. They're gonna run right into the Corruptors. I mean, they deal good damage to them just because they got the +2, because there's such a high count, but as long as Goblin's going to be losing a few units, it's not going to be easy for him. The Corruptors are going to have to handle these carriers. We'll see how that's going to work out, as they can either target down the carriers or the Void Ray, while the Phoenix are working away on them. So Goblin's actually just gone for a very, very ballsy attack, but it looks like he's got to pull out, as there is enough Corruptors to target down those carriers. The carriers' interceptors are doing what they can. The Phoenix are doing what they can, but I mean, look at how many shots it takes from the Phoenix to actually kill the Corruptors. The Corruptors have got the +1 Carapace, so they're actually very, very strong. And so Goblin, he's just got to retreat. He did reset the Corruptor count to basically 0, but there's only 2 carriers now to help out. The Phoenix are rallying in still, and they do seem to have critical mass against this 3rd force, so it might actually work here for Goblin. I was questioning that attack as it didn't start off so well, it looked like anyway. Spores are reburrowing for Solar to try and hold on at this base, but if we do take a look, the Corruptors are just rallying in one by one. They're being picked off. Solar no longer has that critical mass that he needs. He's relying on Spore Crawlers to defend his bases. The carriers are actually just going to right-click on the lair. I'm not sure that's the right move because there's a bunch of Spores killing the Interceptors. But wow, Solar all of a sudden in trouble now against this mass Phoenix play, against the couple, literally just 2 carriers working away on the main base, and Solar taps out as Goblin is able to take the 2-1 victory, turning it around and getting the win. GG, well played by Goblin. And what a match that was. Wow. But ladies and gentlemen, for the sake of my productivity, for the sake of my voice, I am unfortunately gonna have to head on out before the end of this. We have got great players in the quarterfinals. There are players who will be streaming. There are casters. I'd check out tl.net to see who else is casting if you do want to see the finals. It's Special versus Silky, and then Nina versus Goblin now. So a great match, and I honestly think it's exciting for Nina if she's able to beat Goblin, who's probably pretty tired at this point, I imagine. So there's a chance. And then Special and Silky should be a good match. Either way. Yeah, that's going to be it for me for streaming today. It's been a long stream, 4 hours, first EPT Cup. I'll try and be back next Monday. But yeah, thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Decently high viewer count today, and I hope that we just do better every time. Either way, it's nice to see you guys chatting. Put a GG's in chat. Thanks so much to everyone for watching. I'm gonna consider things future for the stream, like whether I'm gonna leave the VOD up, whether I'm gonna enable monetization or not. Maybe I'll just monetize the VOD, who knows? Really just, not that it makes me really any money. But, yeah, it's just one of those questions. Alright. Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. Alright, yeah. Thanks so much to everyone for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Take care, all.